I just feel like, kind of desperate in a way.
Frustrated by the stalled investigation into her husband's carjacking, how the victim's wife is taking matters into her own hands. And a newly proposed bill aimed at curbing reckless driving is working its way through the legislature in Annapolis. What could happen to you if you're caught street racing?
We're preparing for our weather alert day on Saturday as we track that next weather maker. Everything looking good now, but we'll talk about all of the impacts it'll have on your weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on a Friday. It's February 16th. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is tracking our next weather maker. Coming in tonight, Justin.
Yep, that's right, Meg. We're going to be weather alert tomorrow, so we're a pre-weather alert day here for today as we get ready for this next weather maker to roll in. Look at our Towson camera. brine lines are out there on the streets this morning, so as you get out early, you're going to notice those. And the wind has also picked up. Our temperatures are actually not too bad. We're in the upper 30s for Westminster and Cockeysville, 43 in Baltimore City. We're definitely warmer than we were yesterday morning, but look at this wind, anywhere from 18 to 32 mile an hour wind gusts. So it is definitely gusty here. This is all behind that front that came through yesterday afternoon and setting us up for the weekend. Breezy and chilly for the morning. We're staying dry today, but that snow moves in late tonight. We'll talk about the timing and how much snow we're looking at for this system coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network now. A live look around the Baltimore region. No major issues to report. There is some road work, though, on 95 southbound, not causing any delays at this point. Just something to keep in mind.
What's been frustrating is kind of like a void of information. I'm doing what I can to get the word out.
Continuing coverage this morning, a wife is turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries. Network here. We've got a live look around the Baltimore region. No major issues to report. There is some road work on 95 southbound, but not causing any delays. 4:36 on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
4:39 is your time right now. We are tracking the next weather maker. Calm conditions right now, and actually most of the day today is going to be dry. It's that snow that's coming in tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Statewide, our temperatures are in the 30s and 40s right now, so we're actually warmer than we were yesterday morning at this time. We'll get to the mid-40s this afternoon, drop near freezing and below freezing overnight with that snow coming in, and then we'll see those snowy conditions for the overnight. But tomorrow, actually right back to about 40 degrees for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, spring is in the air for the Orioles. Check this out here. The O's pitchers and catchers, they now have their first workout of spring training under their belt. New ace Corbin Burnes was out there throwing while Kyle Bradish was rocking the new number 38. Unfortunately, the O's will be without Kyle Bradish for the foreseeable future after the star right-hander suffered a UCL sprain while throwing in January. The O's general manager, Mike Elias, says that Bradish will begin the season on the injured list, but Elias is hopeful that they're going to have him back at some point in 2024.
We've got that treated with a PRP injection. The early returns are very encouraging, and everything is in a really...
Now, as for Gunnar Henderson, he's dealing with an oblique issue, and while he'll be late in spring training game action, Mike Elias doesn't expect him to be good to go for opening day. The Orioles are entering 2024 with some pretty high expectations here after winning 101 games, finishing the regular season with the American League's best record. An early sweep by the Texas Rangers ended their World Series hopes, but the team still had a lot to celebrate. The Orioles earning their first AL East title since 2014 and ended the season with an impressive record of 101-61, their best since 1979.
Coronavirus still circulating, and there are some of us that no matter when we're exposed, don't get it. I'm Liz Bonus. How does that happen? It is just ahead.
Police arrest 4 teens possibly connected to a robbery, but the Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office can't do anything with the case. Just ahead, the roadblock the office is seeing this morning. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, government spending wasting your taxpayer dollars. We're opening the books this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We have a health watch for you this morning. As COVID-19 continues to circulate, scientists are researching people who have managed not to catch it. Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares why researchers are looking into novids.
So novid is the term used for someone who is a COVID super dodger, as we call them. It means after all this time, even perhaps after you've been exposed to the virus, you haven't gotten sick.
Researchers aren't sure why some people have miserable symptoms and others get to walk away feeling fine. But so far, researchers have a few theories. The first is that especially in older adults, maybe over a lifetime, they've had just enough exposure to other coronaviruses. That's given them immunity to this current one. They either don't catch it or they don't get really sick from it.
Well, the other possibility is they might have some specific part of their immune system that either allows them to fight off COVID very efficiently, or maybe they are missing something on one of their cells that COVID normally attacks that keeps COVID from being able to attach to their cells.
Infectious disease specialist Dr. Stephen Blatt says researchers have discovered this to be true in other illnesses, for example, with HIV.
Where some people can get exposed to HIV over and over and they never get the infection. And the reason is they have a mutation on their T helper cells that keeps HIV from being able to get in the cell.
Researchers are now studying these T cell helpers to try and help us discover better vaccines against the coronavirus and maybe even a whole lot more.
There are all kinds of ways of manipulating the immune system to try and either fight cancer or fight an infection. And we're just in our infancy of learning how to do that.
Dr. Blatt says as this virus continues to mutate, even those who have not gotten it so far may still be at risk, however. He suggests that if you're exposed, even if you are a novid so far, watch for symptoms for the next 2 to 14 days. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonas reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. Take a look at that graphic. The next weather maker now just hours away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing this out for us and how much snow we could wake up to.
Tracking our next weather alert day, Meg. So that's going to be Saturday, especially Saturday morning. Now, it's not going to be a huge impact event because it's happening in the overnight hours and it's also happening on a weekend. So we're not talking about having to get to work or school. And that's what we're going to see waking up tomorrow morning, vastly different from how it looks right now. The brine lines out there on the roads here from our Towson camera. The wind has also picked up overnight. Look at that westerly wind at 21 to 25 miles an hour. So it is gusty. But with that being said, our temperatures have not been allowed to drop overnight, and that wind actually helping to mix down some of the more milder air. We're only at 43 in Towson right now, so not too bad. Now, we do have winter storm watches and winter weather advisories. All of us there in that kind of darker blue. Carroll County, Frederick County, most of northern Baltimore County and northwestern Harford County under that winter storm watch. The rest of us under the purple are winter weather advisories. So all of us dealing with the potential winter weather that's rolling in for us late tonight into tomorrow morning. Overall, it's dry right now, and that cold front has passed through. That's kind of the back end of that is why we're seeing that wind pick up. But the next weather maker getting set, we're already seeing some snow develop there north of St. Louis and Chicago over to Omaha. That's going to be tracking toward our area and bringing in the snowfall as we get into the late night hours. Definitely enjoy that cup of coffee here. Enjoy some breakfast and coffee this morning with us as numbers stay in the 30s for the most part, even though we're going to be in the 40s by the afternoon. These numbers are pretty close to average for today. And today there's no issues. We're talking about mid to upper 40s for a lot of us here, even 47 in D.C., 42 in Philly and New York if you're traveling north today, and mid 40s heading down the ocean. So here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice that temperature dropping and below average tomorrow, but right on Sunday and Monday we start climbing, and those numbers start climbing nicely in the low to mid and even upper 50s toward the middle and end of next week. Once we get through this weather maker, we're going to have a nice stretch of dry and warmer weather. All right, so here's the future scan. Friday afternoon, those clouds start building in, and then watch what happens. This is Friday night. There's the low right there just to the south of us. So This is about midnight tonight, and that's when we're going to see that kind of that rain-snow mix south of D.C., but pretty much all of us will get in that colder air. We'll see that snow that'll start to develop, and between midnight and I'd say 4 a.m. is going to be the time when we'll have the best chance for that snow to actually start accumulating. But then by 6, 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll see those showers move out of here, and by tomorrow afternoon, we do expect some clearing and some drying to take place. So don't know how long that snow is going to actually stick around, especially on Sunday when we have nothing but sunshine and temperatures that'll be even warmer. So 7-day forecast, weather alert day tomorrow, mid 40s on Sunday, then upper 40s, lower 50s through next week with drier conditions and milder air that will be rolling in.
All right, Justin, thank you. If you see snow in your area this weekend, we want to see it. You can chime in with your favorite photos and videos by scanning the QR code that you see right there on your screen. You can also submit pictures at foxbaltimore.com. Just click on the Chime In tab. All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. We've got a live look around the Baltimore region, and look at those live cameras there. Looking pretty good. No major issues to report here at this hour. We are in the green. For a check now on mass transit, Mark Jones with the MTA is joining us. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay. Certainly allow time in your travels there. You'll find light rail service temporarily suspended for emergency track repairs between Camden Yards and North Avenue. There is a bus bridge in place there. Certainly allow time for travel there as you'll need it due to that service disruption. Metro Subway with a delay. It's running about 20 minutes late from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Allowed time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. A convicted child sex trafficker on the run. The big scandal that got this man out of prison and the new crime he is now accused of committing. Plus, Fox 45 News sits with former Governor Larry Hogan on his run for U.S. Senate, why he believes he is the best person for the job, despite saying that he didn't want it before. It's 4:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A convicted child sex trafficker who was released early from prison due to the largest drug lab testing scandal in U.S. history is back on the run. Here's Alexa Ashwa with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Rayvon Archibald was one of hundreds of convicts who got out of prison early thanks to Annie Dukin, the infamous Massachusetts chemist whose falsified drug testing tainted thousands of cases. But just months after Archibald's release, investigators say he disappeared, the convicted sex offender on the run for more than a year.
We are following breaking news involving more than 100 drug convictions connected to disgraced state chemist Annie Dukin.
Boston, Massachusetts state lab chemist Annie Dukin is arrested and later sentenced to prison after admitting to falsifying evidence in thousands of cases. At the time, Rayvon Archibald was serving a 14-year prison sentence in a federal sex trafficking case involving a child.
This individual has a history of selling women.
The U.S. Marshal Service taking us back. March 2014, New York City. Investigators say Archibald meets a 13-year-old girl and convinces her to travel with him to Baltimore, Maryland. The child, investigators say, unaware Archibald is a pimp and has plans to sell her for sex.
This is a man who targets children.
This is a man who not only targets women, but targets children.
Once in Baltimore, investigators say Archibald began advertising the girl online, exchanging money for sex. Until one night, while Archibald was sleeping, investigators say the girl used a cell phone to call her mom and then police. Investigators quickly moving in on the apartment here in Baltimore's Gwynn Oak community, rescuing the girl and taking Archibald into custody.
Police went back to the apartment where they were able to arrest not only Archibald, but a male accomplice and a female as well.
The evidence against Archibald, investigators say, damning. Authorities claimed for years he had been involved in recruiting, harboring, and transporting females to engage in commercial sex acts. Archibald enters into a plea deal, and a judge later sentences him to 14 years in federal prison. But just a few years into serving that sentence,
They put a huge stain on the legal system.
Annie Dukin and the largest drug lab testing scandal in U.S. history. 3 prior drug convictions the judge had factored in when determining Archibald's sentence were suddenly vacated. The cases, investigators say, involved the state chemist who had now been convicted of falsifying lab test results. In 2022, Archibald was released, serving about half of his original sentence. Archibald, now a free man, registers as a sex offender and settles here in Baltimore.
Initially, he complied with his supervision.
But just months later, while conducting a routine check, investigators say officers realize Archibald is gone.
The probation officer realizes that he's not at this apartment.
A warrant is issued for Archibald's arrest. But fast forward to now, more than a year later, the convicted sex offender is still on the run.
Any idea where he may be?
So Archibald has community ties to Baltimore, New York City, and Boston, Massachusetts. But based upon his failure to comply with his supervision and the fact that he is known to boast about his activities online and to continue to participate in commercial sex acts and sex trafficking, we think it's extremely important to develop these leads in a timely fashion, make sure we do everything we can to take him into custody.
He's a predator.
He is a predator.
Take a good look. Archibald stands at about 5'9" and weighs approximately 130 pounds. Investigators say he does go by the nickname P-Money. Also, sometimes the names Kevon Smith or Kevon Malone. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly at 202-819-5058.
Update. Just weeks after appearing on Maryland's Most Wanted, Jerome Good, the man who police say escaped from their custody, has been captured. Investigators say a detective located Good hiding out in Gilmore Homes in West Baltimore January 4th. Good, who had been on the run since last November, is now facing charges related to his escape as well as a previous shooting.
Remember, if you recognize any of our fugitives, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
What have you heard from Baltimore police about your husband's case?
Not a whole lot.
One Baltimore woman taking matters into her own hands in the hopes of catching the juveniles who tried to carjack and then beat her husband. The place she's now going to try to get answers.
Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
Instead of holding juveniles accountable in school, one bill aims to give them more slack. How this could keep law enforcement from doing their jobs.
Our temperature is not too bad right now, but we're setting up for our weather alert day tomorrow. We'll talk about the next weather maker and how it's going to impact your weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Friday, February 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here looking at our next weather maker coming in tonight, Justin.
Yeah, exactly right. It's setting up for that weather alert day on Saturday, and that's what we're talking about. As we take a look outside right now, everything is nice and calm. This morning, we are seeing the wind, however, that has picked up, so not that calm, but we're not dealing with the snow as of yet. Upper 30s here, Cockeysville and Towson, right at 40 in Baltimore City, 42 in Dundalk, down through Brooklyn Park as well. We do have winter storm watches for northern Baltimore County, Harford County, all of Carroll County, and parts of Howard County that start tonight, go through tomorrow morning. And then the other areas in purple are winter weather advisories. So all of these are for tonight through tomorrow morning, which is why we are going to be weather alert on Saturday. Breezy and chilly for the morning, though. We're staying dry today, and that snow is going to move in late tonight. And overall in your morning drive, temperature staying in the upper 30s and lower 40s. Not as cold as we were yesterday, but either way, make sure to grab a jacket as you head out. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. There is an active closure at 95 northbound. 3 of the 4 northbound traffic lanes are closed, and it is causing a slow go for several miles. So if you're heading in that direction, 95 north, you're going to need to give yourself plenty of time because one lane is going to be getting through, or you might just need to find an alternate. Continuing coverage this morning, it is a new year, and we are seeing the same problems when it comes to carjacking concerns.
Victims and bystanders are pointing to a common thread, a lack of accountability for thieves who police say are oftentimes juveniles.
The criminals just do what they want to do, and they don't care how old anybody is.
A wife is turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries in Bolton Hill. She says the investigation has stalled.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
You showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department. And, was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any. I've been reaching out to the public schools, the principals and administrators of the Baltimore public school system. The people who committed this crime were a group of teenagers.
So you think they're probably in school at least during the day?
Hopefully.
Well, the suspects were described, as she said, as juveniles, the youngest possibly 12 years old. And that is why she's visiting Baltimore City schools and handing out reward flyers in hopes that school officials will post them. In a statement, Baltimore City Schools tells Fox 45 News City Schools is aware of this tragic crime and the reward being offered. We do not share Metro Crime Stoppers flyers in the manner requested, but we are hopeful for a full recovery by the victims and that the police can resolve this case swiftly. Now, this crime happened January 7th. 2 SUVs blocked the victim in before then assaulting him along with his son. The reward now up to $30,000. If you know anything, you are asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Meantime, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. Critics are calling it tone deaf. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with the uproar over this plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session that's happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough and not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. Baltimore County Delegate Sheila Ruth is the sponsor of this bill.
Of course, they need to be held accountable in an age-appropriate way, but for disrupting school activities, which is talking back to a teacher or refusing to sit where you were told to sit, those kinds of things need to be handled with age-appropriate internal school discipline.
But as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. And those who were not talking about the proposal were leaders at the Baltimore City Teachers Union, whose silence drew outrage on talk radio.
Now, which way is leadership going to go, though, with the teachers union? Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom? Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
It just takes another tool out of the tool belt for police, and it takes a tool out of the tool belt for schools to have control of their climate.
Now, the sponsor of this bill insists that it wouldn't prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they wouldn't face charges for disrupting school activities. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office is on hold, at least when it comes to an alleged robbery at the Towson Town Center this past weekend. Authorities arrested 4 teenagers in total, 3 15-year-olds, 1 16-year-old. But the Department of Juvenile Services has yet to give the case to the state's attorney's office.
Police say the teens approached an individual in front of the Round 1 bowling alley Saturday night and forced him to give them his watch. The group then ran away, but police later found them on East Joppa Road.
Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger's office to see if the teens will face any charges. He told us that he has not received the cases from Juvenile Services. We then reached out to DJS to ask if the cases will be referred to the state's attorney for charges. We were told DJS cannot comment on specific cases because of confidentiality laws.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys faster. Right now, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and refer it to the state's attorney's office. Under that bill, that time will be cut down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get cases from DJS even sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
If you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
A bill to bring street racing to an end takes another step in the legislative process. The 3 key points the bill plans to cover to hold drivers accountable for their actions.
And ahead from the Live Center, an update in the deadly shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. What police are now saying about the suspects involved.
Temps not too bad right now. We're getting set for our next weather maker as we go weather alert this weekend. We'll talk about how much snow we're looking at and when it's going to impact you. Coming up. Welcome back. 5:11 is your time right now on your Friday morning as we get set for our winter weekend and winter precipitation weekend as well. But 30s and 40s is what we're waking up to. Actually 45 in Annapolis right now. We're quite a bit warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. But look at this wind. These are some of the wind gusts at 26 to 30 miles an hour. We're seeing that westerly wind behind that cold front that passed through the area yesterday. And this is setting us up for more of that colder air as we get into your Saturday. But as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, sun actually comes up just before 7 o'clock. The day today is going to be just fine. It's going to be dry, but we get that snow that's going to roll in later on tonight and into tomorrow morning. But upper 30s and lower 40s as you enjoy that cup of coffee with us this morning. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
New this morning, an update in the deadly shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl celebrations in Kansas City. We are now learning that one person was killed, nearly 24 others hurt.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest update in the investigation. And Taylor, police are saying an argument started all of this.
That's right. Investigators this morning say a dispute between several people led to the shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl parade in Kansas. Take a look. Those were the moments thousands of people scrambled to avoid gunfire. Police say 2 juveniles are in custody. A third person, an adult, was released Thursday after police determined they were not involved in the attack.
As mentioned yesterday, we have subjects detained, 2 of which are juveniles. We are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms.
Chief Stacey Graves also saying the ages of the 22 people wounded are between 8 years old and 47 years old, with half of the victims under the age of 16. Now, sadly, wife and mother Lisa Lopez Galvin will never return home. She died in surgery after she was shot. Now, in a statement, her family said 3 other family members were also hurt in Wednesday's attack. That includes Galvin's son. We're slowly learning more about the heroes who stepped up to help others escape gunfire, like Chiefs running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Now, our affiliate in Kansas spoke to a 13-year-old who says he was waiting for his dad to return from the restroom when the crowd scrambled, that running back guided him to safety.
And then he took me to a box truck. He was on the phone with my dad, and then comforting me and my dad, so my dad stopped freaking out.
People come together in times of crisis, right? And so to know that somebody was there, Chiefs player or not, to help my son and get him to safety is just an unbelievable feeling, because there is that moment where you don't know where your child is.
Now, candlelight vigil was held Thursday night in support for the victims as police look for others who may have been involved. They're calling on anyone who was there, witnesses, victims, people with cell phone video to come forward. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. That's the latest.
Former Governor Larry Hogan sits down with Fox 45 News 1 week after announcing his campaign for U.S. Senate, his stance when it comes to gun control.
Baltimore City Hall taking a closer look at the citation docket. New reaction from the city-state's attorney's office over the low number of written citations. It's 5:14 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your election 2024 coverage, former Governor Larry Hogan enters a crowded race for Maryland's open Senate seat, emerging as a familiar face on the Republican side.
New polling from Emerson College shows a narrow gap in a hypothetical matchup with Democrats Angela Also-Brooks or David Trone. 44% of voters support Hogan in a matchup with Also-Brooks. 37% would back Also-Brooks. 19% are undecided.
It's a dead heat with Congressman David Trone. 42% of voters supporting each candidate with 16% undecided. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is sitting down with Fox 45 News to talk about why he decided to run for U.S. Senate.
Now, last year he told us he didn't have any interest in the Senate. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
Why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
Well, I want to go fix the problem. I'm not somebody that's just looking for another rung up the ladder. And there's nobody that kind of represents, you know, my traditional wing of the Republican Party who's willing to work across the aisle with Democrats.
When it comes to gun control, Hogan says he supports universal background checks.
You vetoed a bill in Maryland that would require background checks for the sale of rifle and shotguns.
Well, look, I was at the same while that was happening, pushing for tougher sentences for gun crimes. The legislature passed a bill about hunting rifles instead of addressing the illegal handguns that everybody's being shot with in the city of Baltimore. And it was cynical. It had nothing to do with gun control. And I don't know that anyone has ever been shot in Baltimore City with a hunting rifle. But they wouldn't fix the real problem, and they were just trying to throw up an issue.
You can find more on Mackenzie's sit down with former Governor Hogan on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Taking a live look now over Towson and our Inner Harbor camera. A calm morning right now. That's all going to change, though, because tomorrow is a weather alert day. We are expecting snow that will start tonight into the weekend.
We need to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is tracking this next weather maker. Again, weather alert tomorrow, but with seeing some things tonight.
Yeah, well, and that's the whole thing, ladies. I mean, we talked about this being kind of a low-impact event. This isn't happening when we're driving to school or work or anything. It's when we're sleeping. And that's kind of, isn't that the cool one? Where, like, you go to bed and you wake up and you're like, look at how pretty it is.
I don't know. We got basketball playoffs at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Right. And I've got to be on the road at 8:30 in the morning.
Great. Okay, so just fine. It is a middle impact. How about that?
There you go.
Yeah. Either way, yeah, obviously, we all have stuff we have to do on Saturday. And people work on Saturday, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, you know, overall, because of the timing of this and the fact that by tomorrow morning, it's really not going to be snowing. It's all going to happen really in the overnight hours. So you have to be up late or early to be able to catch the snow actually falling. Now, let's take a look outside and show you what's going on over the Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Not bad right now. A few clouds hanging around. The wind is the biggest issue so far this morning. That west-northwesterly wind at about 14 to 20 miles an hour. We're at 40 degrees at BWI, so it is definitely warmer than where we were yesterday morning at this time. But we already have from the National Weather Service not only winter weather advisories, this is a winter storm watch. This is the area there that's in kind of that darker blue. All of Carroll, parts of Howard, most of northern Baltimore and northwestern Harford County, excuse me, in that winter storm watch. And the winter weather advisory is all of the rest of us there in the purple. The main difference with the watch and the weather advisory is the winter storm watch saying possibly a little bit heavier snow in some of the higher elevations to the north, while the winter weather advisory means all of us are going to get some snow and obviously will be impacted with this event coming up starting late tonight. So here's the HD radar. Everything nice and quiet now up and down the East Coast. We're not talking about much of anything happening. The next weather maker getting set over parts of the Midwest, and that's going to be moving in tonight. This is our hourly future scan, and most of Friday is going to be just fine. Look at this, 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll actually have some sunshine out there. Clouds will roll in about, I'd say, 8, 9 o'clock this evening. And then as we get into the late night hours and overnight, that's when we have that kind of rain-snow mix that changes over to all snow between about 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. And we could have some bands of some heavy snow. If you notice kind of that darker blue right there, depending on where you live, we'll see some of that snow that will be staying with us through about 5 and 6 o'clock. on Saturday morning. But just as quick as it came, it will leave. This is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, maybe a few leftover showers, but by tomorrow afternoon, we're actually going to have more sunshine. So that's going to start the melting process. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. I know kids are bummed out. They're not getting this snow day because you got to get to school today. Upper 30s here through 7 a.m., mid 40s into that noon hour, and we'll get to the mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So high temperatures, Carroll and Baltimore counties mainly in the low to mid and upper 40s for today, but the weather alert day is for tomorrow. Most of us picking up a good 2 to 3, possibly even 4 inches of accumulating snow. This is different from Tuesday because that was kind of centered to the north, while this is going to be pretty much all of us will see the accumulating snow. We'll need our shovels tomorrow morning. Now we're back to the upper 40s Sunday. President's Day looks great on Monday. Notice those 50s and even mid to upper 50s toward the middle of next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network there. Quiet when it comes to weather, other than the brine lines, but we do have an active closure that's causing a lot of issues out there. This is 95 northbound, right near White Marsh Boulevard. 3 of 4 northbound traffic lanes are closed. We're seeing some delays kind of extending down that whole stretch of 95 there. These cameras not looking bad at all, but certainly something that's been coming on and off here. Give yourself extra time if you're heading in that direction. Also, a utility problem to make you aware of at Maryland 140 South between Stokesdale Avenue and Walgrove Road. Now we want to get a check of mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Mark, good morning.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay. The other trains and lines look good for the commute start. Light rail has a service disruption between Camden Yards and North Avenue. It's due to emergency track repairs. The shuttle bus bridge is in place providing service. Allow time for travel there on light rail. Metro Subway has a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Get ready for big savings at Target, the retail giant's newest low-cost brand hitting stores this month.
And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 524, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Trending this morning, nearly every store has some food left over by the end of the day, and a lot of times it goes to waste. But there is a new app that is allowing customers to buy that food at a lower cost.
The app is called Too Good to Go. Yeah. It works by the app partners with local restaurants, bakeries, coffee shops to sell you surprise bags that are full of the leftovers. Now, depending on the time of the day, those surprise bags could have perfectly good food that is nearly 50% off the regular cost. Businesses say the app gives them a way to give back to their communities. The good news is the app is available here in Baltimore. In our area, you can get surprise bags from a lot of different restaurants, including Cava, Moby Dick, Salcoon Indian Fusion, lots of variety there.
That is awesome. It's called Too Good to Go. I'm writing that down. I like that. Speaking of discounts, Target launching a new low-cost brand. Dealworthy is rolling out this month in Target stores nationwide and will feature more than 400 items ranging from phone chargers to disposable plates and even underwear. The store says that the prices are among the lowest customers will see at Target, with most items costing less than $10. Target says this new line will mean two of its other budget-focused brands, Smartly and Up & Up, will face some changes. Smartly will be discontinued, while Up & Up is getting a redesign and will be priced slightly higher than Dealworthy. Well, we are expecting snow tonight and overnight into Saturday. How much snow we could get?
Because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
There's a major disconnect between Baltimore police and the state's attorney's office when it comes to tackling quality of life crimes. Coming up next, we're looking into why so few citations have been issued. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Friday morning. 5:32 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. You ready for snow?
I am not.
It's coming.
I don't guess we have a choice. Tomorrow is all weather alert because it will be here. So let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we're in store for with this next weather maker.
Yeah, strongly suggest you get your stuff done, maybe store shopping and groceries and things today, so you don't have to worry about it tomorrow, and you can just kind of enjoy the snow for all of that it will be. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, overall not too bad. brine lines are out there. We all saw them driving into work this morning, so you know what's coming, right? 20s and 30s in western Maryland right now. 30s and 40s, actually kind of mild here with our temps this morning. You'll still need a jacket when you get out and when you get the kids out to the bus stop here over the next couple of hours. Morning drive, overall, not too bad. Upper 30s and lower 40s. Even our afternoon commute's going to be fine. It's driving tomorrow that will be the issue wherever you might have to go because we'll have the snow. So the next 3 days, 47 today. We actually will get back to the lower 40s by tomorrow afternoon, and we'll clear things out after that snow rolls in overnight. And then upper 40s and drier on Sunday. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at some of the snow totals. And are you ready? I've got an updated new snow scale.
Ooh.
It's brand new.
That's a tease.
We're going to do that in about 15 minutes. Meg?
I'm excited for that. Not so excited on the roads. Actually, we do have one good news to tell you. The incident on 95 at White Marsh that was blocking 3 lanes of the northbound lanes, that has been cleared. The lanes are open, working well. This is the new issue. 95 at 395. You see the flashing lights. We've got a backup there for several miles. So on and off issues on 95 here this morning. Otherwise, looking pretty good.
The question is whether or not the police department has prioritized this.
In a city in crisis, the future of the city's citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes could be in jeopardy.
There is frustration brewing with the low number of citations that police have actually written since the docket launched last July.
Olivia Danz joining us live with reaction from the state's attorney's office for us this morning. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, that's exactly right. The state's attorney's office is expressing disappointment with the number of citations that have been written by police, and now they're calling on officers to start issuing more of these citations.
That's what city residents and visitors of the city want to see, because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' citation docket aims to tackle quality of life crimes ignored by the previous administration under Marilyn Mosby. But since the docket launched last July, the state's attorney's office says Baltimore police have only issued 37 citations that have made it to court. About half of their citations were rejected, meaning they were legally insufficient to proceed with prosecution.
I think that it's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
The state's attorney's office says they offered to train BPD, but they weren't taken up on that offer. So we asked police if they plan to do the training and if citations are a priority for them. A spokesperson said they are a priority, but in many instances, offenses cease due to verbal warnings. And she says they will host training with the state's attorney's office. Also at 2 today, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon will hold a press conference responding to the state of the citation docket. And of course, you can find any updates from that press conference on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Danz, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Now to your session 2024 coverage as lawmakers prepare for another day. The debate over a bill that would create stiffer penalties for illegal street racing there and stunt driving continues in the Maryland House of Delegates, just days after its round in the Senate.
Delegate Mary Lehman, the Democrat from Anne Arundel and Prince George's counties, is sponsoring House Bill 601. She says the bill primarily does 3 things. It mandates a court appearance for the offender. If convicted, it points against the driver would increase 8 points if there is no bodily injury as a result of the offense, but 12 points with bodily injury. And there will be an increased fine to $1,000. That is up from $500.
Absent more serious penalties, the fact is exhibition driving will continue to disrupt our communities, endanger law enforcement, and risk serious bodily harm or worse to participants and passersby.
Senator Pam Beadle, the Democrat from Anne Arundel County, also proposing new legislation with Senate Bill 442 aimed at prohibiting street racing and exhibition driving.
Concerned about the damage to the roadway, the cost for the overtime for officers, or taking officers out of the post where they should be. And instead, they're here trying to stop events like this.
The bill will move through both chambers before a final vote. Both sides must pass the bill before it becomes law.
Continuing coverage now this morning, 3 D.C. police officers shot in the line of duty have all been released from the hospital. Their fellow officers there, look at them gathering outside the MedStar Washington Hospital Center to celebrate their recovery.
Now, those officers were shot while trying to serve an arrest warrant over reported animal cruelty in a D.C. home on Wednesday morning.
Police say 46-year-old Julius James refused to leave the building and allegedly shot the officers, and it led to a 12-hour standoff. When officers were able to finally arrest James, they found 31 dogs inside his home.
Lawmakers in Annapolis addressing disturbances on school campuses. Why critics are calling the move tone deaf.
And we are continuing to follow the shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl celebrations in Kansas City. What we know about the suspects in custody.
And we are off to a dry start this morning. Highs in the 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, is tracking our next winter weather maker. 5:39. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning. 5:41 now. This morning, tensions remain at a fever pitch in the Red Sea. U.S. Central Command taking out more defensive strikes against Houthi terrorists.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with more on the counteroffensive happening now. Taylor.
That's right. Starting off with a live look over Washington, where the U.S. is just not backing down. Neither are Houthi rebels, though. We're getting reports of Houthi missile strikes on British ships in the Gulf of Aden. The rebel group is vowing not to stop its attacks until a ceasefire is achieved in the Gaza Strip. Here's how this impacts you, though. The price of global shipping containers have jumped by more than 300% from November of last year to January this past January. Now, it's a direct result of the chaos in the Red Sea. Their targets have been vessels with commercial ties to the U.S., Britain, or Israel. And the attacks have prompted several companies to halt Red Sea journeys, opting instead for longer, more expensive routes around the Horn of Africa. The strikes come as U.S. just announced Thursday it seized an Iranian weapons shipment in January intended for the rebel group. Take a look at this post from U.S. Central Command here as they show you just how much artillery they seized in the Arabian Sea in January. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are tracking our next winter weather maker that could bring snow tonight and a weather alert day tomorrow.
Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with how this might affect your weekend plans. You're telling us to get out the shovels.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. Let's remove all those could words because it is going to snow tonight, and we are going to see the snow when you wake up tomorrow morning. There's no doubt about that. We've got winter weather watches here, winter storm watches. All of these areas here in blue, Carroll County up into Frederick County, northern Baltimore, northwestern Harford County, also parts of Howard County under that winter storm watch. Then the rest of us in the purple are under a winter weather advisory. So all of us, National Weather Service already saying and letting us know this starts late tonight through early tomorrow morning, that we need to be aware of what's going on and prepare now for that snow that's coming in late tonight into early tomorrow. As for today on your out the door cast, definitely grab a jacket this morning and have the sunglasses ready because we do have some sunshine for the afternoon. A nice dry, kind of breezy day today before that next weather maker rolls in. And out for a run or a jog, a little chilly this morning. Temperatures in the upper 30s for the next few hours. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. See 13 sculptures come to life through Lego blocks. Still ahead, the Art of the Brick Lego exhibit that is coming back to the East Coast.
The Orioles pitchers and catchers out on the field in Sarasota for their first workout of spring training. Who's going to be missing opening day in March? 5:44, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, spring is in the air for the Orioles.
Take a look at this. The O's, pitchers and catchers, out on the field in Sarasota for their first workout of spring training. New ace Corbin Burns, he was out there throwing, while Kyle Bradish rocking the new number 38. Baseball is officially back.
Now, unfortunately, the O's will be without Kyle Bradish for the foreseeable future after the star right-hander suffered a UCL sprain while throwing back in January. O's general manager Mike Elias says that Bradish will begin the season on the injured list, but Elias is hopeful they'll have him back at some point in 2024.
We've got that treated with a PRP injection. The early returns are very encouraging and everything is in a really good spot right now, and he's going to start his throwing progression tomorrow, but that progression is going to be something that takes some time, and everything is pointed in the right direction and going well right now at this time.
Well, as for Gunnar Henderson, he is dealing with an oblique issue, and while he'll be late in spring training game action, Mike Elias does not expect him to be good for opening day, unfortunately.
All right, 5:48 now. We need to find out what's happening with our next weather maker.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast. I'm looking at Sarasota to try and get away from this snow. We got a game February 24th. Let's just go to Florida.
Yeah, it's next Saturday. Why not? I mean, let's do that. Get away from the snow. But overall, this is what's going to be taking place. It is February, typically our snowiest month, and we've already had a storm earlier this week. We had a much snowier January for sure. I believe, however, silver lining that after this storm, we've got a nice dry stretch of nice above average temperatures, which will be fun to be able to get outside and think about baseball. All right, here's our Towson cam. Everything looking good right now. However, the wind has been kicking this morning. You can really see those wind gusts anywhere from 19 to 26 to 28 miles an hour from Westminster down through Baltimore to Annapolis right across the Bay Bridge. So it is definitely gusty this morning. Wind should die down as we get later into the day today, but we're tracking our next weather maker, and that's that winter storm that's moving out of parts of the Central Plains in the Midwest. That area of low pressure is going to dive to the south and bring us the snow overnight. But look at our day today. Again, this is why I say do your stuff today that you need to get done. Friday afternoon, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, a bit breezy at times. Friday night, here comes the cloud cover that's rolling in. And then you can see as we get into about, I'd say midnight, 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, that rain kind of changes over to snow. It's going to be a pretty quick changeover as our temperatures are going to drop rapidly. We could see some bursts of some heavy snow at times here, 2, 3 o'clock on your Saturday morning, and still hanging out through about 5 a.m. as well. By the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, snow should be done falling. And watch what happens as we go to tomorrow afternoon. Sunshine, we're going to dry out and start that melting process essentially. So it's really going to be where we wake up, we see the snow, we'll have to deal with it, but then it's pretty much gone by the time we get to Sunday. Upper 30s and lower 40s as you enjoy a cup of joe here this morning on your coffee cast, and that sun coming up at 6:58. Meanwhile, on your day planner, we'll be in the 40s here through 8 a.m. And as we get to about noontime in those mid 40s, which is about average for this time of year for our afternoon highs, and even in the low to mid and upper 40s here by about 3, 4 o'clock. So some of us actually will be in the above average category. 43 in Bel Air, 44 Cockeysville, 47 Baltimore down through Annapolis, 45 Stevensville and Chestertown. Now, notice on our temperature tracker that little dip tomorrow, but look at what happens tomorrow on Sunday and into Monday and Tuesday of next week, the 50s and even upper 50s. Some of us could be close to 60 degrees by next Thursday. All right. You guys ready for the updated snow scale? Yes. Everybody ready for it? All right, let me see what's going on. All right, so here we go. Here are the scale. So the worst is just head way down the ocean, like Florida, like you said. The other one is bread, milk, and bow for adults. Give the kids a shovel. Just powdered sugar donuts, you know, which are not bad. Powdered sugar donuts are great. And then on the bottom, no problem, hon. So should we fire it up?
Yes, let's go.
All right. See what happens. I need some sound effects for this. Here we go. Whoa, whoa. Oh, all right. Right there. Yeah, we're getting close to bread, milk, and bow, friends. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, 2 to 3 to 4 inches for us overall. And this is going to be a kind of widespread snowstorm that is going to give all of us that accumulating snow, hence those winter storm watches and winter weather advisories. So that's why we are weather alert tomorrow. Here's the good news, though. It's gone by Sunday. And look at President's Day, 50 degrees. Maybe the kids have a 3-day weekend, and you do as well. And then we're much warmer and drier next week. All right, Mark Jones, MTA, good morning to you, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and Camden train 843 running 5 to 10 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Light rail has a service disruption between Camden Yards and North Avenue. That's due to emergency track repairs. A shuttle bus bridge is in place providing service. Allowed time for travel on light rail. Out there on Metro Subway, you'll encounter a 20-minute delay from end to end. Allowed time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
Well, I want to go fix the problem.
Fox 45 News sitting down with former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. The uphill battle he's facing since launching his campaign for Senate.
Russia wants to put nuclear weapons in space. The warning from Congress this morning. 5:53. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .55 now. Former Governor Larry Hogan enters a crowded race for Maryland's open Senate seat, emerging as a familiar face on the Republican side. Now, new polling from Emerson College shows a narrow gap in a hypothetical matchup with Democrats Angela Alsobrooks or David Trone. 44% of voters support Hogan in a matchup with Alsobrooks. 37% would back Alsobrooks. 19% are undecided. It is a dead heat with Congressman David Trone. 42% of voters supporting each candidate, with 16% undecided.
Maryland's former governor Larry Hogan sits down with Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost for his first television interview since launching his campaign. And he is discussing his stance on abortion, on gun control, and why he got into the race.
The last time we were in this office, Larry Hogan was clear about his intentions.
I've never been very interested in the Senate, not any interest in the Senate, actually. I
I'm not really cut out to be a legislator.
Fast forward to now, he says he's in.
So why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
Well, I want to go fix the problem. I'm not somebody that's just looking for another rung up the ladder. And there's nobody that kind of represents, my traditional wing of the Republican Party, who's willing to work across the aisle with Democrats.
Do you agree with the characterization that Mitch McConnell recruited you to run for Senate?
Well, look, he's been trying to convince me to do that since Senator Van Hollen's position was up, I guess, years ago. But there was one conversation back then, and there was one conversation here. None of that really convinced me to run. It's a little bit of a mischaracterization. Yes, I had one conversation with him. It wasn't convincing. It really came down to me making a decision last week. I can't keep complaining about how bad things are if I'm not willing to try to be part of the solution.
Abortion rights expected to be front and center in this race, especially since enshrining the right in Maryland's Constitution will be on the November ballot. On CNN Wednesday.
I understand why this is such an important and emotional issue for women.
Do you believe that abortion is an emotional issue, or is it a healthcare issue?
Maybe that wasn't the best choice of words. What I was actually trying to say was this is really important to women, and I understand that. But here's my position. I'm not black or white. And a lot of people, look, I'm not a person that says we should outlaw abortion. I'm not one that says there should be no restrictions whatsoever. I think most people are somewhere in the middle on that issue. Is as divisive as it is, I'm not going to vote for a national abortion ban, but when things are too far in one direction, I'm going to say, hey, I disagree with that.
Why did you withhold the $3.5 million for that?
I didn't think it made sense. I was against it, and I vetoed the bill.
Also a big topic in Washington, gun control. Hogan says he supports universal background checks.
So you say you support universal background checks for weapons?
Yes, always have.
You vetoed a bill in Maryland that would require background checks for the sale of rifle and shotguns.
Well, look, I was while that was happening, pushing for tougher sentences for gun crimes. The legislature passed a bill about hunting rifles instead of addressing the illegal handguns that everybody's being shot with in the city of Baltimore. And it was cynical. It had nothing to do with gun control. And I don't know that anyone has ever been shot in Baltimore City with a hunting rifle. But they wouldn't fix the real problem, and they were just trying to throw up an issue.
The campaign now in full swing, and Hogan says he's up for the challenge.
I'm not taking anything for granted. I don't expect any coronation, not for the Democrats. I think they thought this race was over in May. We're going to give them the toughest fight of their life.
When it comes to the NRSC, did they try and convince you to run to get the Democrats to spend money in a state that they otherwise wouldn't have?
This is a big risk. I'm pushing in all my political capital for a race that, seemingly impossible that most people don't think. In the middle of a crazy election, it had nothing to do with any other state. It was just my gut feeling that I needed to step up and try to do something.
In Annapolis, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
A bill to limit school disturbance charges is causing an uproar this morning. Coming up, the concerns being raised, especially since this legislative session began.
The future of the city's citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes is up in the air. In our next half hour, why frustration is brewing over the amount of citations police have written since last July.
And we're tracking our next weather alert day as we prepare for snow moving in tonight.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Friday, February 16th, the calm before the snowstorm. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with the total inches of snow that we could see.
A good solid 2, 3, maybe even 4, maybe even 5 inches for some in some of the higher elevations here. Yeah, it's going to be snow, and it's going to be impacting all of us starting tonight. It's going to happen in the overnight hours. That's why we'll be weather alert for your Saturday. Our Towson cam right now, nice and dry. Brine lines are on the road, and we are on the roads. We are breezy and chilly for the morning. We stay dry today. No issues today. It's late tonight that snow is going to start, and it's going to be all snow, none of that rain snow mix that we'll have to worry about. So your morning drive today is fine. If you have to be out tomorrow morning, that's when you'll have to deal with some snow on the roadways with upper 30s and lower 40s here for the next few hours. And we'll actually top out in the mid to upper 40s for your high temperatures today before those numbers drop and the snow rolls in tonight. We'll take a closer look at the totals. We'll talk about the watches and alerts that are in effect and when this snow gets out of here, all coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Continuing coverage this morning. It is a new year, but we're seeing the same problems when it comes to carjacking concerns.
Victims and bystanders are pointing to a common thread, a lack of accountability for thieves who police say are oftentimes juveniles.
The criminals just do what they want to do, and they don't care how old anybody is.
A wife is now turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries in Bolton Hill. She says the investigation has stalled.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up. And,
you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any. I've been reaching out to the public schools, the principals and administrators of the Baltimore public school system. The people who committed this crime were a group of teenagers.
So you think they're probably in school at least during the day?
Hopefully.
The suspects were described as juveniles, as you heard, and the youngest possibly 12 years old. And that is why she is visiting Baltimore City schools, handing out these reward flyers in hope school officials will post them. In a statement, Baltimore City Schools tells Fox 45 News City Schools is aware of this tragic crime and the reward being offered. We do not share Metro Crime Stoppers flyers in the manner requested, but we are hopeful for a full recovery by the victims and that the police can resolve this case swiftly. Now, this crime happened back on January 7th. 2 SUVs blocked the victim in before then assaulting him along with his son. That reward now up to $30,000. If you know anything, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Meantime, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. Critics are calling it tone deaf. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with the uproar over this plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough and not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. Baltimore County Delegate Sheila Ruth is the sponsor of this bill.
Of course, they need to be held accountable in an age-appropriate way, but for disrupting school activities, which is talking back to a teacher or refusing to sit where you were told to sit, those kinds of things need to be handled with age-appropriate internal school discipline.
But as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. And those who were not talking about the proposal were leaders at the Baltimore City Teachers Union, whose silence drew outrage on talk radio.
Now, which way is leadership going to go, though, with the teachers union? Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom? Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
This is a huge problem, and it's going to, I think, only encourage more juvenile issues.
Now, the sponsor of this bill insists that it would not prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they would not face charges for disrupting school activities. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. If you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
And next thing you know, you turned around and you heard people screaming and stuff, and realized it was gunfire.
Parade mayhem. New information about the deadly shooting that also injured more than 20 fans celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs' big win.
Fox 45 News continues to follow the case against former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Just ahead, the action her legal team wants to take ahead of her sentencing.
And the next weather maker getting set to bring us snow as we head into our weekend. We'll take a closer look at some of those totals and what you can expect in your neighborhood. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. .610 is your time right now, tracking our next weather maker, and that's putting us into weather alert mode as we're letting you know about the storm that's coming in later tonight and into tomorrow morning. All quiet right now. It's a little breezy to windy, so you maybe have heard some of the wind knocking around some stuff, the shutters and such on your, and driving to work today, I was holding on my steering wheel a bit because we definitely had some of those gusts. Now, that wind is going to die down later today. Overall today, not an issue. Today is the prep day because tomorrow is when we're going to have to deal with that snow as you wake up. So we'll take a closer look at all of that coming up on your weather alert day in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. New this morning, an update in the deadly shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl celebrations in Kansas City. We know that one person was killed and nearly 24 others hurt.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest update in the investigation. Police saying, Taylor, that this was sparked by an argument?
That is right. Investigators this morning say a dispute between several people led to the shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl parade in Kansas City. Take a look at this. That was the moment thousands scrambled to avoid the shooting. Police say 2 juveniles are in custody. A third person, an adult, was also in custody Thursday, but released after they determined they were not involved in the attack.
As mentioned yesterday, we have subjects detained, 2 of which are juveniles. We are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms.
Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves also saying the ages of the 22 people wounded are between 8 years old and 47 years old. Half of the victims are under the age of 16. Sadly, wife and mother Lisa Lopez Galvin will never return home. She died in surgery after she was shot at the parade. In a statement, her family said 3 other family members were also hurt in Wednesday's attack, including Galvin's son. We're slowly learning more about the heroes who stepped up to help others escape gunfire, like Chiefs running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Our affiliate in Missouri spoke to a 13-year-old who says he was waiting for his dad to return from the bathroom when the crowd began to run. The running back guided him to safety.
And then he took me to a box truck. He was on the phone with my dad, and then comforting me and my dad, so my dad stopped freaking out.
People come together in times of crisis, right? And so to know that somebody was there, Chiefs player or not, to help my son and get him to safety is just an unbelievable feeling, because there is that moment where you don't know where your child is.
Last night, a candlelight vigil was held in support of the victims, but police are still looking for others who may have been involved in this shooting. They're calling for witnesses, folks who were here at the parade with cell phone video, to continue coming forward. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to put a nuclear weapon in space. After the break, why there is cause for concern over America's satellite network.
And the future of the city's Citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes could be in jeopardy. Still to come, the frustration brewing due to the number of citations police have written since last July. It is 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.615, Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to put a nuclear weapon in space, one that would threaten America's satellite network, meaning if it's deployed, it could destroy civilian communications, surveillance from space, military command and control operations for the United States and its allies. That is a word from U.S. officials. Political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us for this week's Washington Wrap. Armstrong, good morning. This all sounds pretty disturbing.
You know, you have to ask yourself why all of a sudden is that America's on high alert from terrorism threats, security threats, and now nuclear threats in space. Senior national security people are talking about this situation, this nuclear platform is under consideration, Patrice. Well, there's already built, that's already in space. There's just so much that is mysterious about it and unspecified, but creating a news buzz. I mean, what are our mortals, Patrice, are supposed to conclude of this latest scripted rollout of something new that has Americans concerned? I mean, while it may be concerned, it's just not, from our sources, it's just not an immediate threat. It's something that's in the future.
And so from the reports that I've been reading about it, you know, it sounds very disturbing, but maybe not surprising, because from what I've read, it sounds like China has been trying to figure out how to do this. Russia's been trying to figure out how to do this. We probably have, you know, our own plans about what to do. So, I mean, there's a lot that's always in the background that we are just not privy to. But now that we are, everybody is a little alarmed.
Yeah, but I think a reasonable person might ask, why are we so distrustful for what comes from Washington and officials of various states and local governments today? And the easy answer is that it has been for centuries. When the words from any government that people don't trust, people have to step back, especially when people believe that our most serious threat now is the border, economic collapse, what we're doing in terms of foreign policy, Iran. I think with what Americans are dealing with, just survival, this is not something high on their list that they're going to find themselves consumed with right now.
Okay, so all those things are concerns. Yes, we're dealing with that. But for what is happening or what Russia wants to happen in space, whether they've got it in the works already, whether it's a done deal, there's a limited time, from what I understand, to do something about this. So what are next steps now that we know this? What do the United States do?
I think you put your finger on something here. I think the space-based nuclear weapons story is just fuzzy. What is it really? I think a reasonable person, like you mentioned, believes that the Chinese, the Russians, and Americans already have nuclear weapons in space. Because let's face it, the weapons that the treaties that prevented this decades ago have now expired. And since every payload carried into space by NASA, the United States Air Force was periodically described as a classified mission. So everybody's trying to compete with each other. So the Russians and the Chinese don't have that pesky pressure issue like they put and they payload this stuff and they want it in space. So everybody's competing for the same thing. And it's just in case it escalate. Well, let's just pray to God that it never gets to the point, because if it does, none of us will be left on this planet. And for now, let's deal with more serious issues that are directly in front of us that we want our government to solve and earn our trust again. While that's an issue, it's not an issue today.
It's time to get your life right with God. That's what.
That's
where we
right.
end this conversation.
Right. Yeah,
all right, Armstrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 6:19, and you see it there. We are now weather alert as we brace for snow.
Which makes sense because it's coming. And so there's so many things that, you know, you have your checklist, things you do preparing for that, getting ready. And now's the time to do it. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us, and it's on the way.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. So, yeah, this is one of those days where it's like today's weather alert. It's not tonight. It's really tomorrow morning, but we're preparing you now. That's what weather alert is all about.
Because by the time it happens overnight, it's too late to do the preparation.
This is exactly why we do this, guys.
Is now.
So there we go. Our weather alert day for Saturday. That snow moving in overnight. Could see some heavy bursts of snowfall. If you are out late or early tomorrow morning, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you're going to see this snow that's going to be coming down, possibly 1 to 2 inches an hour, and we'll see a good 2 to 4 inch accumulation that's going to be possible area wide. This is going to be different from the system that we had on Tuesday, because that was only in certain areas. We had kind of that rain snow mix. This is going to change over to snow quickly overnight, and then it's going to be falling as all snow. But as quick as it starts, it's going to be over. So here's a look at our winter alerts. Check this screen out here. The areas in light blue under that winter storm watch, which does include northern Baltimore County, northwestern Harford County, all of Carroll County, and parts of Howard County, back through Frederick County as well. The rest of us under that winter weather advisory. That includes you on the eastern shore. This is going to be getting snow even out toward the eastern shore, possibly even as far out to the beaches as well. Man, what a beautiful shot this is. Let's take this in for all it's worth on our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, looking pretty good this morning. Temperatures are actually warmer, but that wind, it's calmed down a little bit out of the northwest, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. 39 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. And that's our next weather maker. It's setting up over the Central Plains and the Midwest. That's going to be diving down toward our area late tonight. But this is our future scan as we take you through the afternoon. Look at at this. We'll have a mix of clouds and sun. Overall, not a bad Friday. But watch what happens late tonight. The clouds roll in. Here comes the weather maker overnight, right around midnight, 1 o'clock. And you can see, look at some of those dark areas right there. That's that heavy burst of snow that we're going to be talking about, where we could get that 1 to 2 inch per hour rate that'll be rolling through. Bless you. And then by the time we get to about 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the snow starts to taper off. And when you wake up 7, 8, 9 o'clock, snow's pretty much done. Maybe a few leftover flurries, but looking ahead toward tomorrow afternoon, sun will be out, and we'll be talking about the potential for some drier conditions. But on that snow scale for tomorrow, we're kind of right above the give the kids a shovel and getting the bread, milk, and natty bow as well, because we are going to see that solid 2 to 3 to possibly even 4 inches of accumulation. Even for you in Annapolis, out through Stevensville and the Eastern Shore, most of us around the city and county and out toward the north areas up in Frederick County, some of the higher elevations could see upwards of 5 inches of accumulating snow. So as the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, no snow day today, kids, because we get school to deal with. And some people are off school today, so there's that. Upper 30s here through 7 a.m., mid 40s by noon. We'll be in the mid to upper 40s as we head toward the afternoon for your Friday. So get your stuff done today, because we're going to be weather alert all day tomorrow, or at least the morning tomorrow, with that snow that's rolling in. Sunday afternoon looks great. Upper 40s, President's Day Monday, 50 degrees, and then low to mid and even upper 50s. This snow will be a distant memory toward the middle of next week. All right, let's get an update on mass transit with Mark Jones of the MTA. Happy Friday, sir.
Happy Friday, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 413 canceled this morning, and we've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel there in those instances. Out there on light rail, you'll find a service disruption between Camden Yards and North Avenue. That's due to emergency track repairs. Shuttle buses are in place providing service. Allow time for travel out there on light rail. Metro subway experiencing a 20-minute delay at present. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A debate is growing just days after stiffer penalties for illegal street racing and stunt driving was discussed in the Senate. Coming up, where the bill currently stands in Annapolis and the 3 main things that it does.
Plus, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is set to be back in federal court. Coming up, what's next after her guilty verdict of mortgage fraud just last week? It's 6:24. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
626 trending this morning. Microsoft is officially bringing 4 of its exclusive Xbox games to the PS5 and Nintendo Switch. Now, this comes as part of a broader shift inside the company to expand its gaming market beyond the PC and Xbox console. Microsoft's gaming CEO Phil Spencer would not say which games will be made available, but he did confirm that the number of exclusive games will continue to dwindle over the next 5 to 10 years. The head of Xbox Game Studio cites the financial success of multi-platform games like Fortnite and Roblox as a major factor. Roblox is big in our house. Well, a private uncrewed mission to the moon is underway right now.
This moon lander took off on a SpaceX rocket from NASA's Kennedy Space Center early yesterday morning. Intuitive Machines, a Houston-based company, developed this lunar lander, and it's mainly carrying NASA-sponsored scientific experiments and cargo. The lander will attempt a touchdown on the moon February 22nd, just a few days from now, if everything goes as planned.
We are now weather alert this morning as we are preparing for the next round of snow to move in. The amount of snow that you could see tonight and then wake up to tomorrow morning. 6:28 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Friday morning. 6:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. I think Mother Nature got mad. Everyone was like, oh, we don't get snow anymore. This is nothing. Well,
she's like,
well,
here you go.
Yep, we are weather alert.
Well, it should be pretty tomorrow morning when you wake up, as long as you get all the things done today that you need in order to be ready.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we decided to do, is just shift into that weather alert mode to let you know that, look, we're tracking this storm. It's going to impact all of us. this. I've been saying kind of low to medium impact because it's not happening on a commute day or on a school day, but it's still going to impact anything that you have to do tomorrow morning. You're going to wake up and you're going to have that snow that will be pretty much all over central Maryland, most of the state, all the way out toward the eastern shore and up into the mountains as well. That snow moving in overnight. Could see some heavy bursts of snowfall. Again, while most of us are sleeping, this will be about 2-3 o'clock tomorrow morning, but we could see a good 2 to 4 inches and even some higher totals possible throughout the region. So looking at our Towson cam right now, Brian is on the road. The Brian lines are out there for sure. And you can see our temps are mainly in the mid to upper 30s right now. Overall today, no issues. So get the stuff done this morning or this afternoon. Morning drive is all good to go. As Mr. Bo says, we're seeing those upper 30s and lower 40s. But as we head toward tonight, that's when things start to change. We'll take you through the timing and the impacts it'll have on you, plus some of those snowfall totals coming in, updating as we speak. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Now, we've got a live look here as you take a look around the region. No major issues here. And actually, some of the issues we saw earlier clearing up. We have one new one coming up. I don't know if you can take it off my tablet or not. 795 at Cocky's Mill. This just came up a little while ago. We've got some flashing lights on that scene. I don't know if you can pull up that shot here on my computer, guys. But we're starting to see that lane now being closed. So something to keep in mind if you're heading out that direction here this morning.
In a city in crisis, Baltimore police say a 17-year-old girl is in critical condition after she was shot in West Baltimore. It happened along Pennsylvania Avenue just after 7 last night. Police say they found her sitting in a car with multiple gunshot wounds. This is an active investigation. You can follow along on air or at foxbaltimore.com for any updates.
The question is whether or not the police department has prioritized this.
The future of the city's citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes could be in jeopardy.
There is frustration brewing with the low number of citations police have written since the docket launched last July.
Olivia Danz joining us live with reaction from the state's attorney's office. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan and Patrice, the state's attorney's office is expressing disappointment with the number of citations that have been written by police, and now they're calling on officers to start issuing more of these citations.
Right now, based on the level of participation that we're getting in terms of the police department writing these citations, it's similar to when the previous administration was in, when the previous state's attorney was in.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' citation docket aims to tackle quality of life crimes ignored by the previous administration under Marilyn Mosby. But since the docket launched last July, the state's attorney's office says Baltimore police have only issued 37 citations that have made it to court. About half of their citations were rejected, meaning they were legally insufficient to proceed with prosecution.
I think that it's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Office says they offered to train BPD, but they weren't taken up on that offer. So we asked police if they plan to do the training and if citations are a priority for them. A spokesperson got back to us and said they are a priority, but in many instances, offenses cease due to verbal warnings. She also says they will host training with the state's attorney's office. And at 2 today, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon will hold a press conference responding to the state of the citation docket. Of course, you can find any updates from that press conference on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court in Greenbelt today for a hearing on her defense team's motion to acquit her in her mortgage fraud case.
Mosby was found guilty of 1 count of mortgage fraud last week. She was convicted of 2 counts of perjury in November.
She is expected to be sentenced for all 3 convictions May 23rd.
Just ahead from the Live Center, an update on attacks in the Red Sea, why the U.S. says they're going on the defense.
This morning, Fox 45 News tracking our next weather maker, which is bringing snow to Maryland. Coming up, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists letting you know how your weekend plans will be impacted. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:39 is your time right now. Weather alert mode as we prepare for that storm that is coming in tonight into tomorrow morning. That's when it's going to be moving in. Could see some heavy bursts of snowfall overnight. And when we wake up tomorrow, a lot of us are going to see 2, 3, possibly even up to 4, maybe even 5 inches of accumulating snow from this next weather maker. We already have winter storm watches posted. Northern Baltimore County, Harford, Howard, and all of Carroll counties under that winter storm watch. The rest of us under winter weather advisories. So either way, we're tracking that winter weather that's coming through late tonight. So get the run or the jog or any of the outdoor exercise in today. Next couple of hours in your jogging cast, upper 30s and lower 40s. Unless you want to trudge through the snow tomorrow, you could do that. Back with your full forecast and warmer numbers by next week. We'll talk about it.
All right, Justin, this morning tensions remain at a fever pitch in the Red Sea. U.S. Central Command taking out more defensive strikes against Houthi terrorists.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the counteroffensive. Taylor.
That's right. Starting off with a live look over Washington this morning as the U.S. is not backing down, but neither are Houthi rebels. We're getting reports of Houthi missile strikes on British ships in the Gulf of Aden. The rebel group is vowing not to stop its attacks until a ceasefire is achieved in the Gaza Strip. Well, here's how that impacts you. The price of global shipping containers jumped by more than 300% from November of last year to January. It's a direct result of chaos in the Red Sea. Their targets have been vessels with commercial ties to the U.S., Britain, or Israel. The attacks have prompted several companies to halt Red Sea journeys, opting instead for longer, more expensive routes around the Horn of Africa. Now, the strikes come after the U.S. announced Thursday it seized an Iranian-backed ship with with a bunch of artillery here in the Arabian Sea. This is the picture that's coming from the U.S. Command Center. We'll continue to keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. This morning, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. In our next half hour, why some are calling it, quote, tone deaf.
Plus, new names are joining the race for U.S. Senate. Still to come this morning, why one Republican congressional candidate says now is a competitive time to flip the seat in Maryland's 2nd Congressional District. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We have breaking news this morning. Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has died. That is according to Russia's prison agency that imprisoned him. He was 47. The Federal Prison Service said in a statement that Navalny felt unwell after a walk on Friday and then lost consciousness. An ambulance arrived to try to revive him, but he died. There was no immediate confirmation of Navalny's death from his team.
After there's been several incidents in schools, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. Critics calling it tone deaf. Olivia Danz joining us live in Annapolis. Olivia, what are some of the concerns? With this plan?
I mean, Megan, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session that's happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe that laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough and not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. The sponsor of this bill insists it would not prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they wouldn't face charges for disrupting school activities. So as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll hear from the sponsor of the bill and also those that are against this plan. Back to you.
This morning, our team of meteorologists here is tracking your next weather maker. On the left, you've got a look at our Weather Authority HD radar, which is showing snow in the Central Plains and Midwest that is going to be here overnight and into tomorrow morning. Then on the right, you've got a live look over the Inner Harbor and Towson, where all is pretty and calm right now. But by tomorrow morning, that will be all white. A whole different story.
Let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is timing this out, and possibly most importantly, Justin, how much are you thinking we're going to get?
Yeah, we're all going to see at least a good 2 to 3 inches, possibly even some higher amounts throughout the region. And we're 41 days from opening day. We were talking about your Orioles and how they got spring training started yesterday with those pitchers and catchers. Got that full squad workout next week. And then that first preseason game actually is next Saturday. But we'll be playing baseball here in just 41 days. And it'll be a lot warmer by then, we hope. 39 your temperature right now, BWI Thurgood Marshall. Wind out of the northwest about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Definitely windy overnight, and this morning that wind should die down as we go throughout the day today. But our weather alert day is tomorrow, so snow moving in overnight with some heavy bursts of snowfall. Could see a 1 to 2 inch per hour snow falling. It's going to be a quick moving storm, but what it's going to do is dump at least 2 to 3, possibly even 4, and maybe even 5 inches of snow throughout most of central Maryland, even out toward the eastern shore. When you look at this map here, those areas in light or that kind of that blue is the winter storm watch. So that's a winter storm watch saying a good 2 to 4 inches is going to be possible. Northern Baltimore County, northwestern Harford County, all of Carroll and Frederick counties, and even down into Howard County as well, while the rest of us under the purple, and that's the winter weather advisory. You see that right there in that purple. So that includes the eastern shore and all up and down the Chesapeake, down through Annapolis, across the Bay Bridge to Stevensville, even through Chestertown. So all of us getting in on this winter weather. And we just showed you that HD radar. This is where that system is right now. The next weather maker getting set. You're already seeing some of that snow develop north of St. Louis. That area of low pressure is going to drag down to the south of us here as we get into the overnight hours and bring that snow to the region. But this is our hourly future scan. Look at Friday afternoon. No issues. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun, a bit breezy at times. More clouds roll in about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, still staying mainly dry. And then once we get to about midnight, 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's when we're going to see that changeover. We'll see the snow that'll roll through in that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. Notice that kind of darker area. That's the potential for some of the heavier snow bands that could be out toward the eastern shore down through Annapolis. That low is further to the south. So it's going to definitely bring snow to all of us here through tomorrow morning. But by about 5 a.m., the snow is moving out of here. And if you wake up at 6, 7, 8, even by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, most of those snow showers are all done. And then look ahead till tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be seeing the sun that will start that melting process for us. So it's going to be a quick mover. But on that snow scale, the updated snow scale, well, you don't have to head way down the ocean. And maybe above giving the kids a shovel, but I would think bread, milk, and bow, probably a good thing to do or to get at the store today. It's definitely not a no problem, hon, because we're talking about the issues here. 2 to 3 to 4 inches, pretty much area wide through Saturday morning in terms of our snowfall accumulations. And again, this is happening overnight, so we wake up tomorrow, we all have to deal with that snow, the shoveling, and those roadways as well. So that's what we're talking about with our weather alert day. Now, Sunday looks great. Upper 40s, even lower 50s for President's Day on Monday. And then next week, the warming process continues. Mid to upper 50s as we get toward next Thursday.
If you do experience snow in your area this weekend, as Justin is saying most everyone will, we want to see it. Chime in with your favorite photos and videos by scanning that QR code there on your screen. You can also submit pictures at foxbaltimore.com. Just click on the Chime In tab.
All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. All lanes are now reopened in Reisterstown on 795 northbound at Cockeys Mill. We were watching that. There had been 4 lanes closed and diverting off to Westminster. So good news there. Those flashing lights not holding anyone up anymore. Now, there is a disabled vehicle at Keith Avenue, not causing much of a delay. So we're seeing kind of sporadic issues, but mostly, guys, looking pretty good here at 6:50 in the morning. Let's take a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is 95 South heading towards White Marsh. There was an issue in White Marsh earlier where we had several lanes blocked off not far from where this car is traveling right now, but looking much better now. Just a little bit of volume.
We are inching closer to
and the fashion world's version of the Super Bowl is just 3 months away. Still to come this morning, a preview of this year's Met Gala, including who is cheering the red carpet event. Look at those outfits.
What's the theme? Maybe there's a coffee theme.
I think I heard fairy. Is that right? Here what I produced. Something to do with fairies.
We could be the coffee fairy.
Oh, we need that. Let's take a coffee break. Some wings. In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers are waking up and readying for another day of debate. One topic, a bill that would create stiffer penalties for illegal street racing and stunt driving. Discussions in the Maryland House of Delegates continue, and this is just days after its round in the Senate.
Delegate Mary Lehman, the Democrat from Anne Arundel and Prince George's counties, sponsors House Bill 601. She says the bill primarily does three things. It mandates a court appearance for the offender. If convicted, points against the driver would increase 8 points if there's no bodily injury as a result of the offense, 12 points with bodily injury, and there will be an increased fine to $1,000. That is up from $500.
Absent more serious penalties, the fact is exhibition driving will continue to disrupt our communities, endanger law enforcement, and risk serious bodily harm or worse to participants and passersby.
Senator Pam Beidel, the Democrat from Anne Arundel County, also proposing new legislation with Senate Bill 442 aimed at prohibiting street racing and exhibition driving.
Concerned about the damage to the roadway, the cost for the overtime for officers, or taking officers out of the post where they should be. And instead, they're here trying to stop events like this.
The bill will move through both chambers before a final vote. Both sides must pass the bill before it becomes law.
Well, speaking of cars, Baltimore City's car theft crisis now facing a new high-tech threat targeting more than just certain brands of vehicles. Thieves have now begun targeting cars with keyless entry and keyless start features.
When the police came, they said that there's no way that there was like a forced entry into the car and that they believed that the key fob was cloned like from our house.
That's right, cloned from afar. It's called car hacking. Tech-savvy thieves steal your signal from your key fob, transmits, cloning your keys and allowing them to just drive off in your car. According to the National Police Association, the best way to avoid high-tech theft comes in the form of a low-tech solution.
When you store that key fob, you can buy one of those little pouches that keeps your transmitting key fob from getting the signal out. As long as they can't get to that signal, they can't steal it.
Wow. If you have a stolen car story, or maybe you know someone who has been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code that you see there on your screen and tell us what happened, or send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. In your election 2024 coverage, former Governor Larry Hogan enters a crowded race for Maryland's open Senate seat, emerging as a familiar face on the Republican side.
New polling from Emerson College shows a narrow gap in a hypothetical matchup with Democrats Angela Alsobrooks or David Trone. 44% of voters support Hogan in a matchup with Alsobrooks. 37% would back Alsobrooks. 19% are undecided.
It's a dead heat with Congressman David Trone. 42% of voters supporting each candidate with 16% undecided. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan sat down with Fox 45 News to talk about why he decided to run for U.S. Senate.
Last year, he told us he didn't have any interest in the Senate. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
Why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
Well, I want to go fix the problem. I'm not somebody that's just looking for another rung up the ladder. And there's nobody that kind of represents, you know, my traditional wing of the Republican Party who's willing to work across the aisle with Democrats.
Now, when it comes to gun control, Hogan says that he supports universal background checks.
You vetoed a bill in Maryland that would require background checks for the sale of rifle and shotguns.
Well, look, I was at the same during this, while that was happening, pushing for tougher sentences for gun crimes. The legislature passed a bill about hunting rifles instead of addressing the illegal handguns that everybody's being shot with in the city of Baltimore. And it was cynical. It had nothing to do with gun control. And I don't know that anyone has ever been shot in Baltimore City with a hunting rifle. But they wouldn't fix the real problem, and they were just trying to throw up an issue.
You can find more on Mackenzie's sit down with former Governor Hogan on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Community frustration as a familiar problem continues to plague Baltimore City. How some residents are taking matters into their own hands.
This is a huge problem, and it's going to, I think, only encourage more juvenile issues.
A bill asking to give juveniles more leeway in school instead of holding them accountable. The concerns for how this could keep law enforcement from doing their jobs.
And we are weather alert this morning, tracking that next weather maker bringing snow to the region late tonight into tomorrow morning. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Roll it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go, taking a live look over Towson for you. Also the Inner Harbor, quiet right now, but we are weather alert this morning due to the snow that could impact everyone tonight and into tomorrow morning.
At least it will be a pretty scene to wake up to
That's
tomorrow
true.
morning. Good morning to you on this Friday, February 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing this out for us when it starts.
And this is the pretty scene. You tell the kids to do this. Shh, get out there with the snow. They're not at school, so get them out there. Make them do the work, or you get the snow blower out as well. Yeah, that's what we're talking about for tomorrow morning. We're dry right now. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking good, but here's our weather alert day tomorrow. The snow moving in overnight. Heavy burst of snowfall overnight, especially in that 2, 3, 4 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. And then we're going to wake up and potentially see 2 to 4 inches of accumulation through the region. We have winter storm watches posted northern Baltimore County, parts of Harford County, all of Carroll County, and parts of Howard County. And then we have winter weather advisories for the rest of us. Baltimore City, down through Anne Arundel County, up into Cecil County, all of our Eastern Shore counties, winter weather advisories. They'll go through basically going through tomorrow morning. So here's a look at your morning drive for today. Mid to upper 30s and lower 40s here through the 9 o'clock hour. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. We're dry. And overall this afternoon, not going to be an issue. But again, we're tracking that next weather maker, and we'll take you through it hour by hour coming up for you in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at the roads here. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Live look around the Baltimore region. These cameras looking pretty good out there. I've been looking at our map as well. It's not bad, guys. We've got some volume picking up, but no incidents to report. Continuing coverage now this morning, a familiar problem rolling over months into the new year when it comes to carjacking concerns.
Victims and bystanders are pointing to a common thread, a lack of accountability for thieves who police say are oftentimes juveniles.
A wife is now turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries. This was in Bolton Hill. She says the investigation has stalled.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And,
you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department, and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any. I've been reaching out to the public schools, the principals and administrators of the Baltimore public school system. The people who committed this crime were a group of teenagers.
So you think they're probably in school at least during the day?
Hopefully.
The suspects were described as juveniles, and the youngest possibly 12 years old. That's why she's visiting Baltimore City schools, handing out these reward flyers there in hopes of school officials posting them. Well, in a statement, Baltimore City Schools telling Fox 45 News, quote, City Schools is aware of this tragic crime and the reward being offered. We do not share Metro Crime Stoppers flyers in the manner requested, but we are hopeful for a full recovery by the victims and that the police can resolve this case swiftly. The crime happened on January 7th. 2 SUVs blocked the victim before assaulting him along with his son. The reward is now up to $30,000. If you know anything, you are asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers, the number 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
A bill on the table in Annapolis would allow children ages 10 to 12 to be charged for certain crimes, including firearm offenses, third-degree sex offenses, and car thefts. The bill would require DJS to hand over certain cases to the state's attorney's office, like felony cases or crimes committed while a juvenile was under DJS supervision. It would also lengthen probation time for juveniles who commit felonies and misdemeanors. DJS Secretary Vincent Giraldi has spoken out against probation. His office will not answer our questions about whether or not he supports this bill. Supporters say probation is necessary to get juvenile offenders the resources they need.
couple years ago, there was a juvenile justice reform measure that was passed. And I think now many people have come to the realization that some of the changes they made just aren't working. So, for instance, one of the big ones was limiting the length of time a person could be on probation, which doesn't make any sense if the whole juvenile justice system is designed to get people help so that they don't commit any other crime.
Well, this bill had hearings in both the House and the Senate in the past few days. While opponents argued the bill is misguided, it has bipartisan support overall. The next step for the bill in both chambers is a second reading. It is not clear when a vote might happen. Meanwhile, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. Critics are calling it tone deaf.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the uproar over this plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough, not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. Baltimore County Delegate Sheila Ruth is the sponsor of this bill.
Of course, they need to be held accountable in an age-appropriate way, but for disrupting school activities, which is talking back to a teacher or refusing to sit where you were told to sit, those kinds of things need to be handled with age-appropriate internal school discipline.
But as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. And those who were not talking about the proposal were leaders at the Baltimore City Teachers Union, whose silence drew outrage on talk radio.
Now, which way is leadership going to go, though, with the teachers union? Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom? Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
It just takes another tool out of the tool belt for police, and it takes a tool out of the tool belt for schools to have control of their climate.
Now, the sponsor of this bill insists it would not prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they wouldn't face charges for disrupting school activities. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Meantime, the Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office is on hold, at least when it comes to an alleged robbery at the Towson Town Center this past weekend. Authorities arrested 4 teenagers in total, 3 15-year-olds and 1 16-year-old. But the Department of Juvenile Services has yet to give the case to the state's attorney's office.
Well, police say the teens approached an individual in front of the Round 1 bowling alley Saturday night and then forced him to give them his watch. The group ran away, but police later found them on East Joppa Road.
Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger's office to see if the teens will face any charges. He told us he has not received the cases from Juvenile Services. We then reached out to DJS to ask if the cases will be referred to the state's attorney for charges. We were told DJS cannot comment on specific cases because of confidentiality laws.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys faster. Right now, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and referred to the state's attorney. Under the bill, that time would be cut down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get cases from DJS even sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
If you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, you can reach out to your lawmakers, House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson. They are 2 of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
All right, it is 7:09, and we need to get back to the man of the hour because we've got snow coming.
And we've got questions. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the timing and how much.
You've got questions, I've got answers. How about that?
Good.
So it's not we've got more questions than answers. No. I have answers for you. And the fact is, we're getting snow. It's coming tonight, and that's it. 2 to 4 inches are going to be possible across most of our area. All of us are going to wake up to snow-covered roads and lawns tomorrow morning. The overnight hours, we could get some of those heavy bursts of snow, which could fall at a 1 to 2 inch per hour rate. It's, however, a short time frame for that. But either way, that snow is going to pile up because our temperatures will drop overnight as well. Right now, our temps are in the low to mid 30s for Westminster, Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 36 Baltimore City and Columbia, 42 right now in Annapolis. So on your out the door cast, definitely grab a jacket this morning. Sunglasses, yeah, you'll need them today because today is just fine to get all your stuff done. It's that snow gear that you will need as you get out tomorrow morning. So including your run or your jog, maybe outdoor exercise, next few hours in the upper 30s, lower 40s. Get that stuff in today because tomorrow the exercise will be shoveling the sidewalks. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. And a reminder to all of you at home, you can put the power of the Weather Authority Storm Center in your own hands. Download the free WBFF Weather Authority app for your smartphone and use our powerful Doppler radar to follow storms right down to your street. Just go to your app store, search WBFF, and that'll get you started. Well, new this morning, we have an update in the deadly shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl celebration in Kansas City. We are now learning what sparked the gunfire.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest update in this investigation. Taylor.
That is right. Investigators say an argument between several people led to the shooting that sent thousands of parade goers scrambling. Nearly 24 people were injured, but 2 people killed at the Wednesday Super Bowl parade in Kansas City. Take a look here. You can hear that gunfire. This was the moments thousands of people ran to avoid being shot. Police say 2 juveniles are in custody. A third person, adult, was released Thursday after police determined they were not involved in the attack.
As mentioned yesterday, we have subjects detained, 2 of which are juveniles. We are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms.
Now, the Kansas City Police Chief, Stacey Graves, says half of the victims are under the age of 16, with at least 9 children taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds. Sadly, wife and mother Lisa Lopez Galvin will never return home. She died in surgery after she was shot. In a statement, her family said 3 other family members were also hurt in Wednesday's attack, including Galvin's son. We're slowly learning more about the heroes, though, who stepped up to help save others and help them escape the gunfire, like Chiefs running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Our affiliate in Missouri spoke to a 13-year-old who says he was waiting for his dad outside of the bathroom, waiting for him to return when the crowd began running. That running back was able to guide him to safety.
And then he took me to a box truck. He was on the phone with my dad and then comforting me and my dad so my dad stopped freaking out.
People come together in times of crisis, right? And so to know that somebody was there, Chiefs player or not, to help my son and get him to safety is just an unbelievable feeling, because there is that moment where you don't know where your child is.
Well, a candlelight vigil was held Thursday night in support of the victims in this attack. Now, police say there may be others who were involved. They're still calling for witnesses, victims, people with cell phone video to come forward and help them solve this case. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan?
Thank you, Taylor. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. A new name in the running for a congressional seat. Why the Republican candidate says now is the time to flip it from blue to red.
At this time, our understanding is that this is still an ongoing investigation.
The Safe Streets program defended in front of the city council. What comes next as staffing shortages persist? 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your election 2024 coverage, after Democratic Congressman Dutch Ruppersberger announced he would retire at the end of the current term, younger politicians are now casting their names as potential successors, including Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, and now our next guest. Joining us live, Republican congressional candidate Kim Klacik joining us this morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You have talked about flipping this seat from blue to red. Do you think that voters are on board with this? Can it be done?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now is the time. I think there are a lot of people that have been looking across the country and, of course, across the state of Maryland. And I would say even specifically in Baltimore County, where they want some changes. Crime and violence has gotten worse since I ran in 2020. I think, honestly, this area of Maryland has also gotten worse. And right now we're dealing with a national security issue when it comes to the southern border. There are a lot of people on Capitol Hill that doesn't seem to come up with solutions. We got to get things done. That could include working across the aisle, working together for the constituents. But as far as the second district, I mean, we saw what happened during the pandemic, and I was screaming so loud that we should be bringing the billion-dollar medical equipment industry right through the Baltimore port. We're now expanding it. Why not bring those jobs back home? Why not make it the manufacturing powerhouse it once was? Why are we sitting around and waiting for the next disaster that we could have around the corner? I don't think we're even prepared if we had another pandemic or anything.
I'm scared to think.
Yes, exactly.
You mentioned the last time you ran in 2020 for the 7th congressional seat. What lessons did you learn from that election, and how do you think this time will be different?
Yeah, well, I learned a lot of lessons, right? I was just getting my feet wet. I had not run for political office prior, but I did learn that, look, you got to work together or else things aren't going to get done. If we're looking at the national level and seeing the polling, if people trust the polling, you see that President Trump is doing well at a time where I think a lot of people thought he was not going to do so well because there were so many people that were disenchanted with him in 2020. 4 years later, we're looking at the inflation, we're looking at gas prices, we're looking at families living check to check, we're looking at so many different things where they're saying, look, we got to bring Trump back. We might not have loved his personality, but we loved his policies. And that's where I stand on the issues as well. Like I said before, we've got national security issues. We got to secure the southern border. And I think we're going to see a lot of those issues continue to hit places like Maryland.
You mentioned reaching across the aisle, but also aligning yourself with former President Trump. Do you think that might be difficult to let others know that you're reaching across the aisle in that alignment?
Right. Well, President Trump is his own person. I'm my own person, right? I think it's great that I get along so well with what a lot of people are saying is going to be the next president, because I think I can bring a lot of resources home here to Maryland. But at the same time, I mean, look, this is a fairly blue state, right? I mean, I've been working with Democrats and many others from different, party affiliations, whether they're libertarians, independents. It doesn't matter. We all want the same things. We want good education. We want public safety, and we want to be able to provide a better America in the future for our children.
We've got candidate Kimberly Klacik now running for the 2nd congressional seat. Thanks for coming in this morning.
Thanks for having me. Thanks.
We are headed into the weekend, but we've got a chance for more winter weather, and that is why we are weather alert today. Time to get prepared. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that next weather maker.
And that's what Weather Alert is all about, Patrice. Every day right here at Fox 45, our Weather Authority team always back there letting us know and letting you know when we go Weather Alert that, hey, we've got to get our prepping plans and our preparations done, because we'll tell you when the storm is going to impact you and what you need to do to get yourself prepared. Now, overall, downtown Baltimore looks beautiful right now. You can see the Inner Harbor. You can see Fells Point out there, Fed Hill, everything looking good. And temperatures that are actually in the mid-30s, so you still need a jacket with the sun that is now up. Our wind has died down a little bit, but still will be a bit breezy later today. But the Weather Alert day is really for tomorrow, with that snow moving in overnight, bursts of possibly 1 to 2 inches per hour. That's the snowfall rate, so that's going to be some heavy bursts. Now, it's short-lived. It's not going to be taking place all night, but even with those quick bursts, that's going to give us a quick 2 to 4 inches total of accumulation, and possibly even some higher amounts, especially with that cold air that is in place overnight. The National Weather Service agrees. You can see all of the areas there in blue under the winter storm watches, the areas here in purple under the winter weather advisory. So whether it's an advisory or a watch, it's letting you know, these watches and advisories are letting you know that something is coming tonight and tomorrow. And that is basically what that weather alert's about. So where that system is right now is just just to the north of St. Louis and Chicago, but you can already see some snow right there. That's the area of low pressure that's going to track down to the south and basically stay to the south of us, the center of the low, which is why we're getting all of that colder air moving in. This is our hourly future scan. Friday afternoon looks grand. I mean, we're talking about 2, 3 o'clock, a mix of clouds and sun out there, breezy conditions, but clouds are going to roll in overnight. You're going to start to feel it. You know, you can get that snow feeling, and this is what happens overnight. That rain quickly changes to snow. It's really not going to be much of a rain event at all. In fact, this is the heavier snow in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. And the models have come into really good agreement. All of the models are trending with that timing of about the overnight hours to get the heaviest amounts of snow. Now, by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, still some leftover snow showers for you on the eastern shore and right around Baltimore City, but the only leftover snow is about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, maybe just a few upslope snow showers. And look at tomorrow afternoon. All of those clouds clear out, and tomorrow night as well. So that's going to allow the melting to take place, and then it's going to get cold, so we'll have icy conditions on Sunday morning. But overall, those temperatures are definitely going up. Check out the updated snow scale. Where is it going to land? Where's it going to land? Where's it going to... Bread, milk, and Natty Boh. Yeah, for the adults. So, but yeah, give the kids a shovel too. Get them out there. We're talking 2, 3, and 4 inches of snow area-wide. Some of the higher elevations could get up to 5 inches, and even the eastern shore down toward the lower elevations near the water still picking up a good 2 to 3, possibly 4 inches as well. As the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep. Sorry, kids, no snow day because it's happening on a Saturday. But you'll have fun and playing tomorrow and working for the parents. 45 by noontime at upper 40s here for today. And then you can see our 7-day forecast. Weather alert day tomorrow. Now, Sunday, we're great. Upper 40s. President's Day Monday looks good if you have the day off. And then look at those temps next week in the mid to upper 50s, and some of us close to 60 degrees by next Thursday.
Oh, that'll be nice. Thanks, Justin. You can count on our Weather Authority team to track this next weather maker. Before we see those 60s, we've got these fine folks and making sure we are ready for the severe weather whenever it arises. Fan club for them. You can tune in every day for their forecast right here on Fox 45. There you go, Standing O.
They're going to be working hard. All right. They can care so much for others that sometimes they forget to help themselves. Still to come this morning, how caregivers can make sure their health is a priority as well.
And good morning from Pine Ridge Golf Course. It may be chilly out, but the sun is rising. The calm before the snow tomorrow. Golfing is all year round here. We'll let you know exactly when the real season gets started and what the courses are like here in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
While it might be cold this weekend, golf courses are still squaring up and teeing off.
Amy Aronson is live at Pine Ridge Golf Course with the appropriately named Jack Frost Winter Golf Outing. Amy.
That's what I was just saying. So appropriate for what's coming our way tomorrow. But what a beautiful course they have for it. I guess rain or snow or sunshine. I'm here with golf pro Ed Miller. You've got golfers out here on this chilly morning. So I guess the cold doesn't stop anybody from coming out and enjoying the course.
That is correct. Golf is now an all-year sport. All you got to do is dress for it and go golfing all year round.
Layer up. And when you come out here, you enjoy some beautiful views. We're enjoying the sunrise this morning over the water. Tell us a little bit about the course here.
All right, well, Pine Ridge is one of the Classic 5 golf courses run by the BMGC. It is a beautiful golf course situated right around the Loch Raven Reservoir. As you can see, as the sun rises over the water, it's very scenic. We're very fortunate to have a lot of nature out here, a lot of geese, turkeys, deer.
And then tomorrow, of course, the appropriately named Jack Frost Scramble. We'll see whether or not it happens. You said you're going to make a decision later today.
That is correct. We'll see what Justin says with the forecast. But like baseball and spring training, we have that same thing for golf. You know, we want hackers and duffers to start reporting tomorrow.
Okay, we're putting it all on you, Justin. The pressure is on. And this is for you, Justin, because I'm out here this morning. 4! How'd I do? All the information up on our website on golfing here. Head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links. Did I do it right?
Good. It was pretty good. Just a little more follow through.
So we'll have to see with Justin, because while you were doing that, we asked Justin, "Are you still going?" He said, "Well, if they have it," and we said, "But they just said they'll have it if you say so."
I know. I want to play golf tomorrow.
This is up to Justin.
Justin,
you get to decide.
I need an orange ball.
There you go.
Thanks, Amy.
Well, Maryland is waking up under a weather alert ahead of the expected snowfall this weekend.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at when it starts to roll through your neighborhood. That's all coming up when we come back. 7:28 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
.731, taking a live look over the Baltimore Harbor area, which looks beautiful and sunny right now. We're looking over Towson, another sunny start to the day, but we are weather alert today because winter weather is on its way. Good morning on this Friday. Welcome back. 7:31's the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking all of this for us, and look at that. We got some snow coming.
Sure do. Yeah, moving in late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. We could see some 1 to 2 inches per hour in terms of snow bursts overnight, and that's going to give us a good 2 to 4 inches of total accumulation, possibly even some higher amounts by the time you wake up on your Saturday morning. Beautiful, as we just showed you. Another shot there with the sun that is out right now. Mix of clouds and sun, a bit breezy here this morning, but Mr. Bo says we're good to go. No issues with your morning commute. Evening commute today is fine. It's if you have to be up early tomorrow morning driving around before the plows get to your roads. Yeah, that's what I have to deal with on your Saturday morning because of that snow that's coming in. So 47 today. Believe it or not, by tomorrow afternoon, we'll see sunshine and temps in the lower 40s. And then Sunday looks great, almost 50 degrees with plenty of sun. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. In a city in crisis, the director of Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program defended safe streets in front of the city council this week as the Bel Air Edison site remains closed.
It has been almost 4 months since an FBI investigation into that location.
This morning, Mackenzie Frost digs into the staffing shortages within safe streets and what could be next.
It's been months since the FBI came knocking at the door of the Bel Air Edison Safe Street site. Since then, the location has been inactive.
This afternoon, the committee will have a hearing on legislative oversight.
During the Public Safety Committee hearing inside City Hall Wednesday,
at this time, our understanding is that this is still an ongoing investigation.
Monzi Director Stephanie Mavronis telling City Council members the locked door is because of staffing, and the FBI probe continues. David Caldwell, the site supervisor at the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, was charged with illegally possessing ammunition after a federal search warrant was executed at his home, too. That charge later dropped because the federal investigation is ongoing. According to LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit running the site, David Caldwell no longer works for Safe Streets.
We did make the decision that we needed to take a temporary pause in the site. And a big reason for that was we only have one active staff member on site, not safe levels for canvassing. We don't have leadership at the site.
According to Mavronis, the Bel Air Edison site isn't the only location struggling to hire. As of February 12th of this year, she says across all 10 sites, there are 29 vacancies, 3 site director openings, 5 violence prevention coordinators, 2 site supervisor openings, and 19 positions vacant for violence interrupters. Those are the Safe Streets workers that are supposed to be in the communities completing mediations and stopping gun violence. Mavronis says in 2023, 1,444 mediations were completed. That's 35% fewer than 2022. Despite our repeated attempts to get clear answers from City Hall, it's still not clear how the city defines a mediation. Mayor Brandon Scott refusing to provide even a blank mediation form for the public to view.
We cannot put those workers at risk just because we want to think about and critique and criticize something that some people don't understand.
Can the public see a blank form?
I think the public should trust and know, just like they trust our police officers, that these lifesavers are out there doing their work.
While Mavronis touts the declining homicide numbers in some safe street zones in 2023, 4 areas saw more homicides in 2023 than 2022. 5 had an increase in non-fatal shootings. Overall, there was a 27% increase in non-fatal shootings across all safe street zones in 2023 compared to 2022. Violent crime also up 4%. Property crime up 39% in the safe street zones.
One thing that these numbers do not capture, and that I don't believe we have a great way of capturing, are the homicides and non-fatal shootings that didn't occur.
I want to bring you back to the whiteboards. Director Mavronis says the mediations are down because the staffing shortages continue to be a problem at Safe Streets locations, even though hiring remains a priority. We know the vetting process of Safe Streets employees has been the focus of several of our investigations, and the hiring panel includes a collaboration between members inside City Hall, the nonprofits operating the Safe Streets locations, and the Baltimore Police Department. From November 28th of last year through February 12th of this year, 131 applications were submitted to the nonprofit. 128 were given to BPD for vetting. 86 were cleared by Baltimore Police to move forward. Monzi cleared 9 applicants, 3 were interviewed, and 3 were hired. Director Navalny says this entire vetting process is crucial for the success of the Safe Streets program.
We got to make sure we're getting the right folks to do this work, and it's not just work that anyone can do.
Remember that, because as the FBI continues its investigation, there are several concerns about Safe Streets employees and the possibility of connections with gangs. Here are just a few examples of what we've uncovered throughout our own investigations. January of 2024, Tyrell Jeffries pleaded guilty to federal racketeering charges. In the court records we found, he admitted to being a BGF member, or a Black Guerrilla Family gang member. He also admitted to using a Safe Streets location as a meeting place for BGF. They also used it as a stash house for guns and drugs. And according to the court records, it's also the place where BGF plotted another hit on a rival gang member. In September of 2021, Ronald Alexander was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to drug distribution charges. According to the court documents, prosecutors say he tried to use his job with Safe Streets to get out of a traffic stop with BPD. And here's a photo of Ronald Alexander, again taken straight from the court record, showing Alexander wearing a Safe Streets shirt, carrying what prosecutors described as a bag of drugs. In 2018, Ricky Evans also pleaded guilty to federal racketeering. He admitted to again being a BGF member, authorized BGF hits, all while being a Safe Streets employee. The city maintains that the vetting process and hiring remains a priority, although it's unclear if anything in the vetting process itself changed given everything that we've uncovered during our investigations. Meanwhile, it's unclear when or if the Bel Air Edison Safe Street site will reopen. At the accountability desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Lawmakers in Annapolis addressing disturbances on school campus. Why critics are calling the move tone deaf.
We are weather alert this morning due to snow that will impact us this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how much snow we're going to get. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Join us Monday, February 19th, 7 to 8 p.m. WBFF Fox 45, where Governor Wes Moore will join us for your voice, your future. I'm Armstrong Williams. Don't miss it.
Here we go. Get ready. Another round of snow heading our way. It's not going to be enough to keep kids home from school. The timing of this one more convenient for parents.
Because had it happened on a school day in the hours that it's happening, they probably would have been home. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking this next winter weather maker.
Yeah, not the amount. The amount is absolutely enough for them to cancel school. They canceled school on Tuesday, and we didn't even have that much. So we're talking a good 2 to 4, even 5 inches in some spots. And this is going to be for all of us getting this accumulating snow. That burst of 1 to 2 inches per hour, especially in the overnight hours. That's why it's a low to medium impact event, because of the timing. Again, this is happening on a weekend. Now, you still have stuff to do tomorrow, and people have to work on Saturday. I understand that. So just know that's why we have those winter storm watches for areas in Carroll County, northern Baltimore County, most of the northwestern part of Harford County, and even parts of Howard County. The rest of us in the purple under winter weather advisories. That includes all of Baltimore City, the entire eastern shore out toward the beaches, and even down for you in Anne Arundel County, the rest of Howard County, that winter weather advisory. So all of us getting in on this winter weather, we'll take a closer look at the timing and how much we'll see in your neighborhood and what we can expect as we head toward next week.
All right, well, you can download the free WBFF Weather Authority app for your smartphone and use our powerful Doppler radar to follow storms right down to your street. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
And remember, whether you are looking for the forecast or your latest local news, now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus.
The CDC is doing away with COVID isolation guidelines after the break. A medical professional breaks down what the change means for anyone who contracts the virus in the future.
Plus, how Baltimore City is letting residents follow where their money goes online in real time. 7:44. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
7:46. At the height of COVID, quarantining was standard protocol if you had it. That meant 10 days to as long as 2 weeks isolated. That later dropped to 5 days. And now the CDC is dropping the isolation guidelines altogether. Dr. Greg Schrank is an infectious disease specialist at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and he is joining us this morning to explain what this all means now. Good morning, Dr. Schrank.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
So first, let's start off with a look at where we are in terms of COVID cases, because it's not something that we talk about as often as we did for a long while.
Of course, yeah. And I think that's great to frame the discussion. COVID-19 remains a serious respiratory infection that poses a threat and the potential to cause severe illness, especially amongst those who are most vulnerable. That's true of influenza, that's true of RSV and some other respiratory viruses we encounter each winter. And 4 years since we first saw it emerge, it continues to spread through the community. Periodically it mutates and causes a spike in cases. What I think is different compared to a few years ago is the threat that it poses to most people and the impact that it's having on us. We saw a really significant spike in wastewater levels this winter and community cases, but the peak in hospitalizations and deaths was lower this year compared to the year before and the year before that. So each successive winter, we're seeing a reduction in the overall impact that this is having on our communities and the health of us as a country. And so we do find ourselves in a different place compared to 2 or even 3 years ago.
But it doesn't mean that if I live in a house with someone who has COVID, I'm likely still going to catch it?
Well, that's still possible. It remains a communicable disease, and I don't think that has changed at all. I think what has been challenging as the pandemic has continued and we've moved on from the emergency phase of the pandemic, that the challenges of isolating for a prolonged period of time, the impact on working adults, the impact on school children that are already trying to recover from learning loss, that's quite substantial, especially when the perceived threat by most people is much, much lower than it was earlier in the pandemic. So this is the guidance, which I should say is, and it's really important to remember, is not yet finalized and is still under review by the CDC. It's an attempt to try to simplify things, rely less upon tests, and rely more upon things that are familiar to most people, and that's just how they're feeling and whether or not their fever has improved, and they feel well enough to return to the workplace.
All right, and still do the best practices. Get your vaccines, wash your hands, good hygiene, all of that good stuff. Dr. Schrank, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Well, it is 7:49. The snow is on the way, and we are weather alert because of it.
Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at our forecast. It looks wonderful right now, but things are changing.
Yep, that is exactly right, Megan. We are looking at some sunshine that is out there here from our Towson camera. Mostly clear skies, a bit breezy at times, and you can see that temperature right at 36 degrees, but that wind out of the northwest about 8 to 15 miles an hour, making it feel like it's about 30 degrees. But today is going to be just fine as we set things up and get your plans ready for tonight and early tomorrow morning when we have that weather alert day, potential 2 to 4 inches of total accumulation. The winter weather alerts are up. We've got winter storm warnings posted. We have winter weather advisories, the entire area under some type of winter storm watch or winter weather advisory. There's the next weather maker north of St. Louis up into Chicago, already dumping snow there, and that's going to continue to track toward us as we head toward tonight and early tomorrow morning. This is the hourly future scan too, 2-3 o'clock today. No issues out there, mix of sun and clouds, and overall a bit breezy at times. Clouds will start rolling in about 9 p.m. and then watch what happens as we get in the overnight hours. This is right past midnight. Most of us will start to see that snow, and you can see the darker areas there, Annapolis, Chestertown through Baltimore City. That's the potential of that burst of the snow blast that I was talking about, where we could get that 1 to 2 inches per hour quickly moving. So that's the good news. It is not going to be lingering here, but when it does come through, it's going to dump enough snow to cause the issues through tomorrow morning. This is about 5 a.m. on the hourly future scan, and by the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the snow is done falling. We'll just get a little bit of that upslope snow coming in from the mountain mountains and breezy conditions as well. And tomorrow afternoon, sun comes out and helps to kind of start the melting process and dries us out as well. So on the snow scale here, well, it goes all the way from just heading way down the ocean to no problem, hon. But we're going to go with the bread, milk, and bow, or at least right sort of on the bottom edge of that. Definitely want to be shoveling here tomorrow morning. Get the kind of snow melt stuff out there tonight before you go to bed. That way tomorrow that can hopefully help some of the icy conditions that we'll be dealing with. And yeah, pretty much area wide, it's 2 to 4 inches. The higher elevations could have some higher amounts, but even for you in the lower elevations, Annapolis over to Stevensville, Eastern Shore, you could get a good 3 to 4 inches, especially with that southerly track that storm is taking. As for today, next few hours, we'll be in the upper 30s, and we'll keep those numbers climbing to the low and mid 40s by noontime. Average high this time of year is about 47, and we're going to hit that number as we get into the 3 and 4 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And temperatures today, again, not too bad. We're going to see the low to mid 40s across central Maryland and up and down the 95 corridor. We have a nice warming trend starting as early as Sunday. We're right back above average. And note those 50s that start Monday and President's Day and all the way through next week, where we could even see some areas close to 60 degrees by next Thursday. That snow will be a distant memory. So overall, there's the 7-day forecast. Again, the weather alert day for tomorrow should be allowed to expire by the time we go on the air at about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But basically, we're letting you know that stuff's coming tonight.
All right, well, you can...
Oh, yeah.
There they are.
Look at that crew.
Justin is a fan of the Weather Authority team. You can count on them, in all seriousness, to track this next weather maker and any severe weather whenever it arises. Just tune in every day for their forecast right here on Fox 45.
Caring for the caregivers. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, how those that provide help for others can ensure they stay on top of their own personal health. But something we can do right now for ourselves.
Maybe it starts with a coffee break for them. I'm sure they'd love a nice cup of coffee.
We should do it too.
$7:56, the fashion world's version of the Super Bowl is just 3 months away.
And they're getting ready. The 2024 Met Gala will be adorned the steps of New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art on May 6th. And Mark Clark is joining us now with what to know about the event so far and the theme this year, Mark.
That's right. Zendaya, Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, and Chris Hemsworth are co-chairing the red carpet event with Vogue's Anna Wintour on May 6th. Man, how old is she? The dress code for this year is Garden of Time. Officials say they expect attendees will be inspired to wear fairy tale-like outfits, including moody florals. Oh, yes.
Fairy tale, like, I was thinking garden like Adam and Eve for some reason. I went to that garden. I guess fairy,
You could go that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, where do we start? I mean,
It's always fun to see how people interpret it in what they wear. So
Yep.
this is always a fun must-see watch kind of thing.
outrageous, of course.
Yes.
And then we do we get fashion tips from there? Not necessarily.
I think it's more art.
I don't think we could wear any of that here to work. On
And
the
how old is Anna Wintour? Is like what, 99 years old?
And still rocking it.
And still, you know,
All right.
face tight.
Goodbye, Mark. We have to go. We are getting you prepared for a weekend weather alert day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking down what is headed our way when we come back. 7:57 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis
Yes.
that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom?
Police and parents clamoring for stricter punishment for violent offenders in Maryland schools. The bill that lawmakers are now pushing to pass that is sparking debate.
The criminals just do what they want to do, and they don't care how old anybody is.
Frustration is mounting as Baltimore residents feel police are not holding juvenile offenders accountable. And now one woman is going out on her own to find answers in an attempted carjacking that left her husband with brain damage.
Well, our temperatures are not too bad this morning, but we're in our weather alert mode tracking the winter storm that is on the way.
Well, we want to take a live look over. Let's pull up our shots here and see what we're taking a look at. We've got Towson and also the Inner Harbor cameras here as we are weather alert here this morning due to the snow that is going to impact everyone tonight into tomorrow morning.
So pretty and sunny right now, though. Good morning on this Friday, February 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking live looks at the radar, though, that paints a different picture.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, we're all dry right now, but we are seeing the rain or the snow that is going to be moving in later tonight into tomorrow morning. So today is the day to make sure that you have the stuff in your car ready to go, that snow brush, the snow gloves. Make sure to get the sidewalk all kind of, you know, what's it called? The stuff that you throw down there, that snow melt down. What? Salt? Sure. The salt, whatever it is, but the stuff that you throw down there to make sure that we're all good for tomorrow. So snow moving in overnight. We're going to see a burst potentially of 1 to 2 inches per hour in the overnight hours. We'll see the 2 to 4 inches total accumulation. Could see some much higher amounts, especially in some of our northern regions. But yeah, sunshine and blue sky out there right now. 21 in Oakland, 34 in Cumberland, mid to upper 30s for Westminster and Baltimore right now, 34 your temp in Bel Air. So on your out and about cast, we'll keep those numbers climbing to the 40s. Overall, a very nice day today. Maybe a little bit breezy at times. We'll take a closer look at the timing of that weather alert and that weather maker in just a few.
8:02 now, continuing coverage this morning. It is a new year, but we're seeing the same problems when it comes to carjacking concerns.
Victims and bystanders are pointing to a common thread, and that's a lack of accountability for thieves who police say are oftentimes juveniles.
A wife is turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries in Bolton Hill. She says the investigation has stalled.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
And, you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any. I've been reaching out to the public schools, the principals and administrators of the Baltimore public school system. The people who committed this crime were a group of teenagers.
So you think they're probably in school at least during the day?
Hopefully.
Well, the suspects were described as juveniles, the youngest possibly 12 years old. And that is why she is visiting Baltimore City schools, handing out these reward flyers in hopes school officials will post them. In a statement, though, Baltimore City Schools tells Fox 45 News, City Schools is aware of this tragic crime and the reward being offered. We do not share Metro Crime Stoppers flyers in the manner requested, but we are hopeful for a full recovery by the victims and that the police can resolve this case swiftly. Now, this crime happened back on January 7th. 2 SUVs blocked the victim before assaulting him along with his son. The reward is up to now $30,000. If you know anything, you are asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Meanwhile, a bill to limit school disturbance charges is facing some backlash. Critics are calling it tone deaf. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with the uproar over the plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough, not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. Baltimore County Delegate Sheila Ruth is the sponsor of this bill.
Of course, they need to be held accountable in an age-appropriate way, but for disrupting school activities, which is talking back to a teacher or refusing to sit where you were told to sit, those kinds of things need to be handled with age-appropriate internal school discipline.
But as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. And those who were not talking about the proposal were leaders at the Baltimore City Teachers Union, whose silence drew outrage on talk radio.
Now, which way is leadership going to go, though, with the teachers union? Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom? Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
This is a huge problem, and it's going to, I think, only encourage more juvenile issues.
Now, the sponsor of this bill insists that it would not prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they would not face charges for disrupting school activities. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office is on hold, at least when it comes to an alleged robbery at the Towson Town Center this past weekend. Authorities arrested 4 teenagers in total, 3 15-year-olds, 1 16-year-old, but the Department of Juvenile Services has yet to give the case to the state's attorney's office.
Police say the teens approached an individual in front of the Round 1 bowling alley Saturday night and forced him to give them his watch. The group then ran away, but police later found them on East Joppa Road.
Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger's office to see if the teens will face any charges, and he told us that he has not received the cases from Juvenile Services. We then reached out to DJS to ask if the cases will be referred to the state's attorney for charges. We were told DJS cannot comment on specific cases because of confidentiality laws.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys faster. Right now, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and refer it to the state's attorney. Under the bill, that time would be cut down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get cases from DJS even sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Well, if you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen. We are following breaking news out of Russia right now, where a Putin critic has died in prison. Just ahead, what Russian authorities are saying happened just this morning.
And Maryland lawmakers are making moves to stop street racing. Ahead in our next half hour, the 3 punishments drivers could face if they are caught racing.
Lots of sunshine right now. A good day to get outside and get what you need to get done, because tomorrow will be a snow day. We'll break down your weather alert forecast coming up.
All right, and let's take a quick look at our lens solar traffic network here before we head to break here. Let's take a look at what we're going to show you here this morning. We're seeing an incident here. You see the flashing lights here. This is a 2-car crash here. This is 695 at Park Heights. We've got cars making their way through that area, but crawling. We are weather alert as we head into the weekend. Get ready for another round of snow.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been hard at work tracking this next winter weather maker. Coming overnight, today's the day. I've got errands to run now.
Yeah, you got to get it done. Get your stuff done today because we don't want to be messing around with any of that stuff. And especially if you do happen to be out late overnight tomorrow morning, if you're up early, 3, 4 o'clock, that's when that snow is going to be falling. And that's when we'll see the heaviest snow bands that will be rolling through here. But as we take a look at your weather alert day for tomorrow, again, bursts of 1 to 2 inches per hour in the overnight. It'll be a quick moving storm, so it's not going to sit on top of us, but still has the potential to dump a good 2 to 4 inches area wide. Most of us in the mid to upper 30s right now. We're about 10 to 12 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So still chilly this morning, but not nearly as cold. We'll have a pretty nice afternoon today before that snow rolls in. We'll take a closer look at all of that for you, coming up and including a look at the snow scale.
We like that. Thanks, Justin. Fox 45 Morning News is opening the books, and we are taking a closer look at a portal that lets everyone open Baltimore's checkbook. While it's a step in the right direction, what some are saying needs to be added. It's 8:13 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing now, Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry debuting this new website here that you see right there called Baltimore City Open Checkbook. It is a real-time transparency site that allows everyone to follow the money. This morning, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, is joining us live to weigh in on this. Adam, good morning. You know, we're always talking about transparency. This appears to be a step in the right direction. What are your thoughts?
Well, it really is. It's a significant improvement. And look, kudos to Comptroller Bill Henry. Look, since 1797, that's the year that Baltimore City incorporated, people have been asking a single question: what the heck is my government up to? For the first time in 227 years, The people have good answers. You can follow the money in real time. It's every dime online in real time. That's the equivalent of what you've had in your personal checking accounts over the course of the last couple of decades, and that's online banking. Now you have it in city government. So this is a big victory for transparency. This empowers people to be able to follow the money and hold city officials accountable for where it's spent.
Huge part of the job there. Where do you really see the difference when it comes to contracts, city business? Where do you think this is going to help us in the future with?
So I think the first thing is just understanding the sheer amount of money the city spends every single month. You know, one of the graphics up there is the city spends on average about $130 million a month, which is a tremendous amount of money. So then you start asking the question, why does Baltimore City have any problems with this amount of spending? So then you can start digging into it. You know, our auditors at openthebooks.com, we use the data on the portal to actually look at the 100 top nonprofits receiving city money, and then we compared it up against the state registrations to see if those nonprofits were properly registered, and we found 1 out of 3 weren't. That's just one example of how you can follow the money, and you can follow it on a daily basis. This portal's updated every single day, so you can see it all.
Adam, I know you do, searches in other cities as well. Are you seeing other government agencies using these kind of transparency websites, and is it effective?
So there's about 100,000 local units of government across the entire country. That's municipal level units of government. We are unaware of any other city across the entire country that has real-time disclosure of their vendor spending. Now, there's some states like Colorado that disclose it every 5 days, but this is every day. And again, big congratulations to Bill Henry. He ran on transparency. He executed on his campaign promise, and he has delivered.
Pretty impressive. All right, Adam, we appreciate you shining a light on this, something that certainly needs to be celebrated, and to make people aware that they can go and take a look at those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 8:18 now, and we need to check in on this weather alert.
We're taking a look at those numbers very closely with a lot of transparency. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the totals coming in.
Yeah, and we'll have to fire up that old snow scale, see what's going on with the updated version of the snow scale. We had one yesterday and we have a different one today. So got to pay attention. You know, life moves fast, and, if you don't stop, may pass you by. Isn't that what Ferris Bueller said? Something like that. All right, good morning to all of you. Happy Friday. I hope you're ready for the weekend, and I hope you're getting ready for the snow. That's why we are weather alert. Beautiful conditions right now, a bit breezy, seeing a little bit more of that kind of west-northwesterly wind, about 10 to 15 miles an hour, and temperatures in the upper 30s, feels like about 32. So it's a little on the brisk side this morning, but we are going to stay dry, and all of these alerts do not go into effect until tonight through tomorrow morning. Notice those areas in blue: northern Baltimore County, northwestern Harford County, all of Carroll County, northwestern Howard County. You're under winter storm watches, not a warning. A watch means that conditions are probable. A warning means that it's imminent, and that's what we see in the mountain locations. And the rest of us under winter weather advisories, not only in Baltimore City, but down through Anne Arundel County, all of our eastern shore counties, Cecil, Queen Anne's, Kent County, all the way through Talbot and Caroline County under that winter weather advisory. So all of us are going to get in on some of this, our next weather maker. Beautiful up and down the East Coast right now. Here it is. This is the guy that's getting set over the Central Plains, north of Kansas City and St. Louis, right there, Springfield, Illinois, south of Chicago, seeing some of those snow showers. That area of low pressure just to the south of it is going to be our next weather maker. So let's fire this thing up on our future scan as it tracks across the country today. It dives down through the mid-south. Notice it's going right across Tennessee. This is about 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon. We're still good. And then watch what happens as that low gets closer. Now, with the southerly track of this low, this is why we're getting the colder air and more of what we call that dendritic growth. Science nerds, pay attention. That's when we get the kind of the upslope flow and that colder air that wraps around that low and helps to really get the snowfall to generate and then accumulate, because our temperatures at the ground will drop. So here we go. This is about 6 o'clock tonight as we take you to about 9, 10, 11 into the midnight hour. Notice that low is right there to the south and west of us, but pretty much any of that rain quickly changes over to snow. And then as we get into about 3, 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, that low still is quick moving, but it's going to be rapid wrapping around all of that snowfall right into our region, not only here in Baltimore, but up into areas to the north and east and out toward the eastern shore. This is about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Still a few leftover showers, but by tomorrow afternoon, look at this. The sun comes back out, helping the drying and melting process, and Sunday looks great. So it will be a distant memory. All right, here we go. Hit the button. We need the mountain climber music, right? All right. It's going to be kind of above the give the kids a shovel, right there near kind of that bread, milk, and natty bow, because this is going to be a day where you'll want to try to stay inside, get outside in the morning, get the shoveling going, make the kids do it, whatever, neighborhood kids, pay them a little extra. 2 to 3 to 4 inches area wide is what we're talking about, and some of those locations in the mountains actually could see up to about 5 inches of the snow. So 7-day forecast, the weather alert day tomorrow. Notice we're back to the lower 40s by tomorrow afternoon. Sunday, upper 40s. President's Day Monday looks great, right about 50 degrees. And notice those temperatures climbing nicely next week. Wednesday and Thursday, we're back to the mid to upper 50s.
You can count on our Weather Authority team to track this next weather maker and any severe weather whenever it arises. Tune in every day for their forecast right here on Fox 45.
All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. I've got the map pulled up on my tablet right here. And as we look at this incident, this is on 695 here. 695 at Park Heights. You see the flashing lights out there? Let's make this bigger so you can see the delays being impacted right now. We're getting word about a 2-vehicle crash there having significant impacts. Look at the red. This is now creating, just to give you an idea here, 2 vehicles involved. We're getting 1 of 4 interloop traffic lanes closed. So we take another live look here just to give you another glimpse here. Cars are moving through, but it is backed up. Something to keep in mind here this morning. Otherwise, looking across the map here, not too bad. Your normal backups on the top side of the Beltway there, but otherwise just some volume out there here at this hour as the rush hour finishes up.
Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is vying for a Senate seat. The reason he said he changed his mind about running.
And we are trying out the Top Tracer range here at Pine Ridge Golf Course. I am a beginner, folks, so don't judge me. Ooh, at least I hit it. We'll let you know how this technology works in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local all morning.
8:26. While the classic golf courses of Maryland are still braving the cold, new technology allows you to actually play virtually.
Pretty fun. Amy Aronson is live at Pine Ridge Golf Course with the tracking services and the world-renowned places that you can play right here in Maryland. Amy.
This is pretty cool stuff. This is the Top Tracer range, and it all starts here actually on a computer screen. I'm with golf pro Ed Miller, who's showing me how this all works. Where do you get started on here before you actually even hit the golf ball?
Okay, well, once we turn this on, the best thing about Top Tracer is it can definitely hit every golfer's ability, whether you're an experienced golfer or a new golfer. It's designed to make practice fun.
Okay. Well, I'm a new golfer, so let's set it easy.
Yeah, so we have it right now on just like a straight off closest to the pin. We are utilizing Pebble Beach and Torrey Pines. We can set it up for practice. That's where the experienced golfers love it. We can also set it up to where we can do simulation golf courses. We could play Pebble Beach today or St. Andrews.
I mean, why not? I'm sure it's much warmer there than it is here.
Absolutely. And that's what makes Top Tracer fun. Like I said, it'll fit every golfer with every experience and skill level, whether you just want to come out and practice and hone your skills, or if you're a new golfer and you want to come out and have some fun. Come out and hit some balls. When you hit the ball there, the cameras will pick up the ball. It'll show the tracer of the shot, how far it went, how straight it went. Same thing when we set it up to a golf course. You'll see the actual picture of the hole. You have to aim just like you're playing real golf, and then you hit the ball, and the computer will pick it up and tell you exactly where you hit it.
Should we give it a swing?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's set this up here.
We got a driver.
So
we've worked a little bit on your form.
A little bit. I am a beginner. This is like my first time ever hitting golf balls.
That's it. Big wind up.
Ready? Okay.
Beautiful.
Not bad.
No,
awesome.
not
Well,
bad.
if you want to come try it out, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Here at Pine Ridge Golf Course, Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News.
You got a hold of it, Amy. That was pretty good.
Justin was cheering.
My goal was to hit the ball.
You. Yep, you did great. Well done. And what a neat thing to be able to do when it's
thanks
cold.
the pros. Yeah.
Well, a star of women's college basketball, scoring big, breaking records, still ahead this morning. The several stars who are taking notice this morning.
I'm not sure why they're not able to get the language clear on the citations.
There's a major disconnect between Baltimore police and the state's attorney's office when it comes to tackling quality of life crimes. Coming up next, we're looking into why there's been so few citations issued. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We're back with a live look over Towson and the Inner Harbor as we are weather alert this morning due to snowfall that will fall across our region tonight into tomorrow morning. Good morning to you. It's Friday, February 16th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been making us aware all week, and now here we are, Justin. It's coming.
Right on the kind of precipice of this winter storm that is going to be rolling in late tonight. Waking up tomorrow morning, we'll have snow pretty much everywhere. And a pretty, measurable amount, definitely in that kind of 2 to 4 inch category. Even if you get a couple of inches, everything is going to be coated from the roads to your lawns to your driveways. So if you do have to get out early tomorrow morning before the plows get to your neighborhood or on the main streets, just know it'll be slushy. And then as we get to the afternoon, actually should be good to go as that snow will start to melt. So mid to upper 30s, your temperatures right now for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, down through Baltimore City at 39, 38 in Rosedale, Essex, Middle River right there, right about 40 degrees. Same number for you there in Dundalk. And some of us about 10 to 12 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your quick glance forecast, 47 for your high today. Those temperatures pretty close to average for this time of year. And you can see tomorrow we'll get to the lower 40s after the snow rolls through. But Sunday, lots of sunshine, almost 50 degrees. So a nice end to our President's Day weekend. Looking ahead toward next week, we'll talk about what we can expect for the holiday and the days following that as well. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Justin. In a city in crisis, Baltimore police say a 17-year-old girl is in critical condition after she was shot in West Baltimore. This happened along Pennsylvania Avenue just after 7 last night. Police say they found her sitting in a car with multiple gunshot wounds. This is an active investigation. Follow along here on air and online at foxbaltimore.com for updates.
The question is whether or not the police department has prioritized this.
In crisis now, the future of the city's citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes could be in jeopardy.
There's frustration brewing with the low number of citations issued by police since the docket launched last July.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live with reaction from the state's attorney's office here for us this morning. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, the state's attorney's office is expressing disappointment with the low number of citations that police have written, and now they're calling on officers to start issuing more of those citations.
Right now, based on the level of participation that we're getting in terms of the police department writing these citations, it's similar to when the previous administration was in, when the previous state's attorney was in.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' citation docket aims to tackle quality of life crimes ignored by the previous administration under Marilyn Mosby. But since the docket launched last July, the state's attorney's office says Baltimore police have only issued 37 citations that have made it to court. About half of their citations were rejected, meaning they were legally insufficient to proceed with prosecution.
I think that it's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Now, the state's attorney's office says they offered to train BPD, but they weren't taken up on that offer. So we asked police if they plan to do the training and if citations are one of their priorities. A spokesperson said that they are a priority, but in many instances, offenses cease due to verbal warnings. She says they will host training with the state's attorney's office. And then also at 2 today, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon will hold a press conference responding to the state of the citation docket. Of course, you can find any updates on that press conference on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Let's go ahead and check your traffic here. The Len Stoller Traffic Network, we are keeping tabs on an incident involving 2 vehicles causing major slowdowns on the inner loop of 695. Here at the top left of your screen is the run up to the incident. Both cameras on the right now showing that backup full on. So give yourself some extra time.
Well, for the first time in modern history, the son of a sitting president is facing felony criminal charges. Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson is interviewing 2 federal whistleblowers. She has a sneak peek in our 9 o'clock hour.
And sunny with highs in the 40s today, but all eyes are on tonight as our next weather maker moves on in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing it out for you just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And just a reminder before we head to break that you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus.
An update in the deadly shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl celebrations in Kansas City. We're now learning an argument between several people led to the shooting at that Super Bowl parade. Take a look here at this. And you can just hear that gunfire, sending thousands of people scrambling to avoid getting shot. Now, police say they have 2 juveniles in custody. They arrested a third person, an adult, but released them after they determined they were not involved with the attack.
As mentioned yesterday, we have subjects detained, 2 of which are juveniles. We are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms.
Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves also says the ages of the 22 people wounded were between 8 years old and 47 years old. Half of those victims are under the age of 16. Sadly, wife and mother Lisa Lopez Galvin will not return home. She died in surgery after she was shot. Now, her family released a statement saying 3 other family members were also hurt in Wednesday's attack. That includes Galvin's son. We're learning more about the heroes, though, who stepped up to help others escape gunfire, like Chiefs running back Clyde Edwards-Hilaire. Our affiliate in Missouri spoke to a 13-year-old who was waiting for his father to return from the bathroom when the crowd began to scramble. The running back jumped into action, guiding him to safety.
And then he took me to a box truck. He was on the phone with my dad, and then comforting me and my dad, so my dad stopped freaking out.
People come together in times of crisis, right? And so to know that somebody was there, Chiefs player or not, to help my son and get him to safety is just an unbelievable feeling, because there is that moment where you don't know where your child is.
And people came together last night for a candlelight vigil in support of those victims. But police say this is an active investigation. They're still searching for who else may have been involved, and they're asking anyone, witnesses, victims, people with cell phone video, to come forward and help them solve this case. That's the latest from the Live Center. Spread your wings and fly for this year's Met Gala. The theme this year and the types of outfits you could see on the red carpet.
Join us Monday, February 19th, 7 to 8 p.m. WBFF Fox 45, where Governor Wes Moore will join us for your voice, your future. I'm Armstrong Williams. Don't miss it.
All right, today is National Caregivers Day, and they're so crucial for their support, but also need some support themselves. With us this morning is Griswold caregiver in Baltimore, Mercy Doe. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
So let's talk about the ways we can support our caregivers. And as we think about the aging population of America, there's a lot of you guys out there, but you guys also need some support.
Yes, we do.
And how can people do that?
You can do that by giving us a call, you know, tests, and then make sure you encourage us to take some breaks, because we do need breaks, you know, because the work is hectic. So we need some breaks, and then appreciate us because we do a lot.
And so tell me about the work that you guys do.
We take care of the needed, those who are sick. We go to homes and make sure their homes are clean. Any kind of sickness or chronic disease, and if they cannot make their clean up, or if they cannot do their daily activities, we are there to give them help.
So you guys
in
really
their homes.
step in the gap, don't you?
Yes, we do. We do.
Now, on National Caregivers Day, is there any way that folks out there can step in the gap for you all? I know you said provide some appreciation, as well as just letting you guys know that you are valued and appreciated. But is there anything else people can do to step up on this day in particular?
Give us a call. I would say a call. And, just calling us, loving us. We appreciate that. We surely appreciate that, because out there is a lot. Yes, and because we want to grow in this industry to help others, because giving them the quality care they need, we need to be taking care of ourselves, taking some exercise, eating well, taking some enough sleep. All of that help us to support ourselves, because we need to support ourselves in order to support the community.
So basically, you're telling other caregivers out there who are watching, take some care for yourself, exercise a little bit, de-stress, and take the day to really commemorate what you guys do on a day-to-day basis. Thank you so much, Ms. Doe, for joining us this morning.
You are welcome. Thank you. And to all my caregivers, You are heroes. Just keep up the work, because what you do out there is so important to the community. And no, you cannot be forgetting. Just do it honestly, be kind, continue to show more love, and people will always appreciate you. Because the more you appreciate the caregiver, the more they give you more. They give everything they have to do their work.
Said best by a
you.
caregiver. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, let's send it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers on this weather alert day.
Everything looks real nice right now. We got a lot of sunshine, a little chilly out there at this moment, and breezy as well. But as we head later into the afternoon, we'll see that wind die down a bit, and we'll see those clouds roll in later tonight. That's ahead of our next weather maker, which is why we are in weather alert mode. 39 your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northwest and west wind at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Here's the weather alert day, and the reason why we're weather alert for tomorrow is that snow that's coming in overnight. Could see some 1 to 2 inches per hour snowfall rates, and that means that 2 to 4 inch accumulation, not only just for some areas like we saw on Tuesday's storm, but this is going to be pretty much the entire central Maryland, even out toward the eastern shore region, seeing a lot of the snow that is going to develop, and even in some of the higher elevations, some higher amounts of some of that snow. Now, we do have the winter watches and advisories. Notice no winter storm warning here yet. These could change. The winter storm watch is for all of Carroll and Frederick counties, most of northern Baltimore County, Harford and Howard counties, the northwestern corner. You're in that blue for the winter storm watch, while the rest of us, Baltimore City, down through Anne Arundel County, Columbia, all the way up through Elkton and Cecil County and the entire eastern shore, you're under winter weather advisory. So the watch and the advisory, the main difference is that a watch just means probably have a little bit better chance of seeing some higher accumulations there. In the winter weather advisory, we're all going to get some of that snow, and we need to be aware of that. That's why we're weather alert. Here's our HD radar right now. Quiet up and down the East Coast. The next weather maker is right there, just north of St. Louis, between Kansas City over to Springfield, Illinois, south of Chicago. They're getting that snow, and this is why that area of low pressure, you can see that guy right there. So this is the focus of our weather maker. Let's track it and see what's going on as we get through the afternoon today. That's going to be heading right through the Mid-South, the center of that low. So it spreads snow to the Great Lakes region, the Ohio River Valley, and then starting to creep into Maryland by about 6 p.m. 9, 10 o'clock tonight, even the 11 o'clock hour, that low sinks to the south and starts to wrap around and bring in the moisture and that snow, the colder temperatures. Pretty much all snow late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We're talking about 4 a.m. And then as we get to about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, still the potential exists for a couple of those spotty leftover showers, but by tomorrow afternoon, because that is such a quick-moving system, it's out of here, and we're starting the drying process. Even though it's going to be cold Saturday night, Sunday will be warmer, and that snow is definitely going to be melting away, and we'll just be left with all of the dirty cars and such. So, yeah, there we go. Snow scale, it goes all the way from no problem, hon, to head way down to the ocean. But probably going to be a little bit above, give the kids a shovel and the bread, milk, and bow. Man, I hope we can play some golf tomorrow out there where Amy was talking about at Pine Ridge. But, I mean, 2 to 3 inches, possibly 4 inches on the ground means we'll need the orange golf balls to be able to try to hit there. I think my buddy Nick and I think we can get snow dots. I think there actually is a snow dot in the Journal of Dotdom, so we can look that up to see how we score those points. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Again, weather alert day tomorrow. It should be done by tomorrow morning. So tomorrow afternoon, not too bad. Where's my music? Come on, fire up that music. Upper 40s on Sunday. Yeah, there it is. There we go. I like it. 49 on Sunday. You know what I like better than that? The picture of all of us. That's my big shot. The Mount Rushmore shot, I call it. Right about 50 on Monday for President's Day, speaking of Rushmore, and then low to mid and upper 50s as we head toward next week.
Well, trending this morning, rewriting the record books with a performance for the ages.
There's now a new all-time career scoring record holder in women's college basketball. And Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has more now on the impressive athlete that he shares a last name with. And Mark, this is, my daughter's going crazy over her. This is changing girls basketball as well.
That's right. My little daughter's doing it. That's right, Meg. University of Iowa star guard Caitlin Clark became the NCAA's all-time scoring leader in the first quarter of the Hawkeyes game against the Michigan Wolverines. Take a look at this video, an impressive shot. She set the mark in front of the home fans at Carver Hawkeye Arena in Iowa City Thursday night. The 22-year-old Clark needed only 8 points to eclipse the previous record of 3,500 27 points held by Washington's Kelsey Plum. Clark got the record just over 2 minutes into the game. Iowa then called a timeout to allow Clark and her teammates to gather for a group hug on the court. Here's how the sports world is reacting.
Just wanted to say congratulations on breaking the all-time scoring record. Look, when I played, I hated settling for 3 points, but you've actually turned me into a huge fan of the three. Not an easy task, and I know you've inspired millions of other people along the way.
Caitlin Clark, your game has galvanized women's basketball and women's sports across the globe. Thank you for giving everything to the game that has given you so much.
Abe and former LSU star and current LSU star Angel Reese is recognizing Clark. Oh, go ahead and play the clip. Oh, it's not playing? Oh, okay. Okay, well, basically, they're big fans. She said they actually, they had a lot of publicity last year, but they grew up playing together in the little leagues, like your little daughters, Megan, so they've known each other for quite some time.
Caitlin Clark on a mission, the most Caitlin Clark way.
All right, Mark, sorry, we had a little technical issue, but what an awesome story. Thank you. Meantime, in your morning business report, Addicted to Dating, the new lawsuit that claims apps are putting cash flow above their customers' needs.
And giving a second look at the SATs. Just ahead this morning, the new school that may be adding it back as a requirement.
You know, sometimes you just need a little caffeine and get back on the right track.
That's right. I think coffee break is our next requirement.
Let's do that. Topping your morning business report, a class action lawsuit has been filed against Tinder, Hinge, and other popular dating apps. The suit alleges the creator Match Group designs its apps with addictive features. The complaint says the creator prioritizes profit over promises by locking in users to pay to play instead of helping them find love.
Target is taking aim at budget-conscious consumers with a new value brand. Dealworthy rolls out this month to shelves at Target stores across the country and online. The brand will include 400 items, most of it costing less than $10, with the cheapest item coming in under $1. The inventory ranges from phone chargers to disposable plates and even underwear. You can watch your Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. Let's go ahead and get over to America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
There is nothing more frustrating than when you want to take a photo and your phone says, storage full, and it always happens at the most inconvenient times. I was just at my godson's wedding and I took hundreds of photos. If I had had the Click Free Pro, I would have loaded them onto this and gifted him one of these as a keepsake of his special day. And the Click Free Pro can store thousands of photos and videos while fitting easily in your hand. You know, other storage options they're bulky, they're expensive, and sometimes you need other accessories to work with different devices. Well, this has a port. Look at this. Look how easily that went in for each device. So you can use it with your laptop or your tablet. It's light and it's a great deal. The Click Free app, this is really cool, allows you to scan old photos so they don't sit on a shelf or a box anymore. And also, this is really cool. I love this little carrying case. It's cute. They come in lots of different colors, just perfect. Right now, we are offering 50% off. Did you hear what I said? Get this, 50% off on the Click Free Pro. So I want you to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. And believe me, these are going to go very, very quickly.
This is a huge problem, and it's going to, I think, only encourage more juvenile issues.
A new bill making its way through Annapolis could limit charges kids could face for disturbances in school. Coming up, why critics are calling it tone deaf and how supporters are responding.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up.
Taking matters into her own hands. Her husband was attacked and carjacked, so when she says police stopped updating her on the case, she did something about it. How she is looking to solve the case herself if police can't.
Well, our temperatures are not too bad right now, but we're tracking our weather alert day as we get into the weekend. That snow is on the way. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Friday, February 16th. We are Weather Alert. I'm Patrice Sanders.
That is right. We are looking out for this weekend where we could see some storms and some snow. Let's go ahead and get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what we're expecting.
Yeah, and let's take the could out of there. We are going to see snow tonight and into tomorrow morning as well, because that's what we've been tracking pretty much all week long. So again, the snow moving in overnight, bursts of possibly 1 to 2 inches per hour, and could see a good 2 to 4 inches of total snowfall accumulation as we get into the region. This is not going to just be like on Tuesday where only some of us saw the snow. Pretty much all of us, even the eastern shore, is going to see some of that snow that will be piling up. So winter storm watches continue for parts of the area there in light blue, and then the purple or winter weather advisories. These all start tonight and will go all the way through tomorrow morning. So that's what we're looking at. Temps right now in the 30s and 40s here for you. And you can see that as we get into the next couple of hours, temps rising, low to mid 40s, a bit breezy at times later this afternoon, but plenty of sunshine. Get what you need to get done today so you don't have to worry about being out in that snow tomorrow, and you can just enjoy it and play in it. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Continuing coverage this morning, it is a new year, but we're seeing the same problems when it comes to carjacking concerns.
Victims and bystanders are pointing to a common thread, a lack of accountability for thieves who police say are often juveniles.
Now, a wife is turning her frustration into action after her husband was hospitalized after fighting off carjackers while unloading groceries in Bolton Hill. She says the investigation has stalled.
I was frustrated that I hadn't received replies, and so I showed up. And,
you showed up to their office?
I showed up at the police department and was told that there was no new news and they'll contact me if there is any. I've been reaching out to the public schools, the principals and administrators of the Baltimore public school system. The people who committed this crime were a group of teenagers.
So you think they're probably in school at least during the day?
Hopefully.
The suspects were described as juveniles, as you heard, the youngest possibly 12 years old. And that is why she is visiting Baltimore City schools, handing out these reward flyers in hopes school officials would post them. Now, in a statement, Baltimore City Schools tells Fox 45 News City Schools is aware of this tragic crime and the reward being offered. We do not share Metro Crime Stoppers flyers in the manner requested, but we are hopeful for a full recovery by the victims and that the police can resolve this case swiftly. Now, this crime happened back on January 7th. 2 SUVs blocked the victim before assaulting him along with his son. The reward now up to $30,000. If you know anything, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Meanwhile, a bill to limit school disturbances is facing some backlash. Critics are calling it tone deaf. Olivia Dance joins us live with the uproar over this plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor, this bill is raising a lot of concerns, especially since cracking down on the out-of-control juvenile crime has been a big focus of this current legislative session happening right here in Annapolis. Now, the proposal has touched a nerve in many who believe laws governing those who disturb schools should be more tough, not less. It's House Bill 615, aimed at softening the blow for anyone accused of disrupting schools. The proposal would prohibit enrolled students from being charged with disrupting school activities. Baltimore County Delegate Sheila Ruth is the sponsor of this bill.
Of course, they need to be held accountable in an age-appropriate way. But for disrupting school activities, which is talking back to a teacher or refusing to sit where you were told to sit, those kinds of things need to be handled with age-appropriate internal school discipline.
But as juvenile crime soars, an effort to reduce accountability is drawing fire. And those who were not talking about the proposal were leaders at the Baltimore City Teachers Union, whose silence drew outrage on talk radio.
Now, which way is leadership going to go, though, with the teachers union? Are they going to side with the legislators in Annapolis that want to protect criminal kids?
Yes.
Or do they want to side with their teachers and the students who want to learn in the classroom? Come on, teachers union, you're on the clock. Answer the question.
It just takes another tool out of the tool belt for police, and it takes a tool out of the tool belt for schools to have control of their climate.
Now, the sponsor of this bill insists that it would not prevent students from facing other criminal charges, but they wouldn't face charges for disrupting school activities. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Excuse me. The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office is on hold, at least when it comes to an alleged robbery at the Towson Town Center this past weekend. Authorities arrested 4 teenagers in total, 3 15-year-olds, 1 16-year-old. But the Department of Juvenile Services has yet to give the case to the state's attorney's office. Police say the teens approached an individual in front of the Round 1 bowling alley Saturday night and forced him to give them his watch. The group then ran away, but police found them on East Joppa Road. Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore County State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger's office to see if the teens will face any charges. He told us he's not received the case from Juvenile Services. We then reached out to DJS to ask if the cases will be referred to the state's attorney for charges. We were told DJS cannot comment on specific cases because of confidentiality laws. Now, lawmakers in Annapolis are debating a bill that would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys faster. Right now, DJS has 25 business days to make a decision on whether the court should be involved in a case and refer it to the state's attorney. Under the bill, that time will be cut down to 15 days. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get the cases from DJS even sooner than that.
Forwarded the case to us. I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
If you feel your juvenile crime concerns aren't being heard, reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses right there on your screen.
New developments here at the Live Center as investigators say an argument is what led to the shooting at Wednesday's Super Bowl parade in Kansas City. This was the moment gunfire rang out, forcing thousands of people to scramble. Police say they have 2 juveniles in custody right now. A third person was arrested Thursday, an adult, but released after police determined they were not involved in the attack.
As mentioned yesterday, we have subjects detained, 2 of which are juveniles. We are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms.
Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says half of the victims are under the age of 16, with at least 9 children taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds. Sadly, wife and mother Lisa Lopez Galvin will not return home. She died in surgery after she was shot on Wednesday. In a statement, her family said 3 other family members were also hurt in the shooting, including Galvin's son. We're slowly learning more about the heroes, though, who stepped up to help others escape gunfire, like Chiefs running back Clyde Edwards-Hilaire. Our affiliate in Missouri spoke to a 13-year-old who says he was just waiting for his dad to get back from the bathroom when gunfire rang out. He says the running back guided him to safety.
And then he took me to a box truck. He was on the phone with my dad, and then comforting me and my dad, so my dad stopped freaking out.
People come together in times of crisis, right? And so to know that somebody was there, Chiefs player or not, to help my son and get him to safety is just an unbelievable feeling, because there is that moment where you don't know where your child is.
Last night, people did come together for a candlelight vigil held in support of the victims in this attack. Now, police say this is still an active investigation, and they're looking for those involved. They're calling for witnesses to come forward, victims to come forward, anyone with cell phone video. That's the latest here from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated.
Making national headlines, House Speaker Mike Johnson might have to rely on Democrats again to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers have less than 3 weeks to hammer out another agreement that is expected to top $1.7 trillion. The first 2 of the deadlines hit March 1st, and because of Johnson's narrow majority, conservative hardliners have the leverage to obstruct any spending deal. They are also committed to attaching what are called policy riders onto any deal, from abortion to border policy. Such tag-alongs are unlikely to pass the Senate.
We are on weather alert. Let's go ahead and get another check on your traffic and your weather. Snow tonight.
That's right. So if you have to get things done or get things in preparation for snow, today is the time to do it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yep, that's why we shifted into weather alert. So it's not weather alert today. We're just preparing you for tomorrow. It's really late tonight into early tomorrow morning. That's when that snow is going to be moving in. If you are up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're going to see those heavy bursts of snow. We could get a 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rate at times. It's a quick moving storm, but nonetheless going to dump at least 2, 3, 4, possibly even 5 inches for some. Pretty much the entire area is looking like it's going to get hit with some of this snow. So it will look vastly different tomorrow morning from this shot right here. And look, 41 days away from opening day there at Camden Yards. So we're excited about that, but it will be warmer by then. Here's a look at your out the door catch. You still need a jacket today and the sunglasses for sure. You don't even need the umbrella because that snow is not going to affect us until tonight through tomorrow morning. Then tomorrow you'll want the snow gear, want to get the kids out, help with the shoveling and all that stuff, and maybe salt the driveway and the walkway before you go to bed tonight. Might be a good idea for that. 47, your high today will drop to the 30s. So we're actually getting just close to freezing, not really cold overnight, and we'll be back to the lower 40s by tomorrow afternoon. So once we get to the afternoon, we'll see the sun come out. That will help to kind of dry things up a bit and help with that snow melt as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
An about face from former Governor Larry Hogan, who once said he didn't want to run for Senate. He sat down with us for a one-on-one to discuss why he's changing his mind.
And we're following breaking news. Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has reportedly died in a Russian prison. We're going to go live to D.C. where U.S. lawmakers are reacting. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Join us Monday, February 19th, 7 to 8 p.m. WBFF Fox 45, where Governor Wes Moore will join us for your voice, your future. I'm Armstrong Williams. Don't miss it.
Vice President Kamala Harris says the U.S. is working to confirm reports that Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has died at the age of 47.
He's been in poor health in recent years while being held in a Russian prison. Sinclair National Correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joins us live from Capitol Hill with what leaders in Washington are saying about it. Good morning, Atra.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Strong reaction already from the Biden administration. The vice president, speaking from the Munich Security Conference, says this is terrible news that they are still working to confirm. She offered prayers to Navalny's family, including his wife, Yulia, who's actually there in Munich. Now, Harris says that if this is confirmed, this would be a further sign of Putin's brutality. She says the administration will have more to say on this later. But let's go back to 2021. President Biden said he made it clear to Russia at that time that if Navalny died, the consequences for Russia would be, quote unquote, devastating. Now, this morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken also says he jumped right to it and said Russia is responsible for this and that they'll be talking to the many other countries concerned about Navalny. Navalny's mother also speaking out. She says that she saw him earlier this week and says he looked healthy, so incredibly suspicious. The development, though, comes here in Washington as lawmakers here are rattled by news that Russia's developing this new kind of anti-satellite capability and intense debate about whether the U.S. should continue to fund Ukraine in its fight against Russia's invasion, which has come down to conservative Republican opposition in the House.
All right, a lot to follow there. Meanwhile, in West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin's fueling speculation he's planning to run for the White House, now saying who he'd pick for a running mate. Can you fill us in here, Audra?
Right, yeah. Senator Manchin just said, hypothetically, if he was choosing his running mate right now, he'd ask Utah Republican Senator Mitt Romney. He's also retiring from the Senate. Manchin said he'd also consider former Republican Ohio Senator Rob Portman. Now, Manchin making these remarks at a stop in Ohio as part of his listening tour across the country. That's usually something you see a would-be candidate do before they make it official. But should he run, it's a likely possibility that he'd be backed by the No Labels organization. Leaders of No Labels have been very vocal about what they say is a need for an option on the ballot whose name is not Trump or Biden. Polls show that Americans aren't excited about a Trump-Biden rematch either. But look, if Manchin were to launch a third-party run, even if he did it immediately, he'd still be getting a very late start in terms of fundraising, setting up a ground game, staffing, just making voters aware of his campaign. And also, how is he going to execute a clear strategy for victory that's eluded third-party candidates of the past?
All very interesting. Atra Anashar live in Washington. Thank you.
In your election 2024 coverage, former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan enters a crowded race for Maryland's open Senate seat, emerging as a familiar face on the Republican side.
New polling from Emerson College shows a narrow gap in a hypothetical matchup with Democrats Angela Alsop-Brooks or David Trone. 44% of voters support Hogan in a matchup with Alsop-Brooks, 37% back Alsop-Brooks, 19% are undecided.
It's a dead heat with Congressman David Trone, 42% of voters supporting each candidate, with 16% undecided. Now, former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is sitting down with Fox 45 News to talk about why he decided to run for U.S. Senate.
Last year, he told us he didn't have any interest in the Senate. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed him on that.
Why would Marylanders vote for someone who doesn't really want the job in the first place?
Well, I want to go fix the problem. I'm not somebody that's just looking for another rung up the ladder. And there's nobody that kind of represents, you know, my traditional wing of the Republican Party who's willing to work across the aisle with Democrats.
You can find more on Mackenzie's sit down with former Governor Hogan on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And it brings us to our question of the day. Who has your vote for Senate? Larry Hogan, David Trone, Angela Alsop-Brooks, or are you still undecided? So far, 82% of those who voted say Hogan. You can make your voice heard by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
What's the vote tally on who wants snow and who doesn't?
0.
Patrice says no, she does not want it. So, but here's the deal. If we're going to have it, I mean, in my opinion, and it's a Saturday morning and we wake up and we get to go play in it. I know we have stuff to do and everything, but, you know, as opposed to like a Monday when we're all trying to get to work and school, I don't know. I kind of side with that. But either way, we're getting it, and that's just the deal. So you have to kind of plan for that. The wind still whipping around. Our camera's zoomed in here in Towson right now, so we will stay breezy here for the next couple of hours. Northwest wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour, right at 40 degrees officially for your temperature in Towson, but the snow's moving in overnight. Could see some of those really moderate to heavy snow bursts in the overnight hours after about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And overall, pretty much all of us are going to get at least some accumulation from this storm system. Now, notice the areas in blue. That's for all of you in Carroll County, parts of Howard, most of northern Baltimore County and northwestern Harford County. You're under a winter storm watch. And then the other areas in purple, including all of you on the eastern shore, under a winter weather advisory. So we're going to have the potential for that winter storm that is currently bringing snow to areas from Chicago to St. Louis right now. This is where that storm system is sitting in. As we zoom out, we'll show you where that area of low pressure is. This is kind of the engine that is driving this system. So let's watch as that low tracks right across Middle Tennessee through later this afternoon. We're dry here, no issues, but as it gets a little bit closer by about 6 p.m., starting to impact parts of western Maryland. The low is going to stay to the south of us. So what that will do will wrap around a lot of that colder air, really help to give us some uplift in the atmosphere and also give us that kind of snow growth. So this is right around midnight, maybe a brief changeover with a quick shot of rain that goes quickly to snow, but it's going to be all snow after that, especially from about midnight, I'd say until about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, right as that low kind of slides off to the north and to the east. Even some leftover showers by 8 a.m., but we should be able to drop our weather alert by the time we get to Saturday afternoon because we're going to be drying out and starting the drying process, the melting process as well. Here's that snow scale. All right, here we go. Where's it going to end up? We got to find out. Of course, if you were watching earlier, you know I put it basically right above the give the kids a shovel and right near that bread milk and natty bow for the adults. So, yeah, it's one of those those days. Get the shopping done today so you don't have to worry about it tomorrow and you can enjoy it. 2 to 3 to 4 inches, northwestern parts of the viewing area, even to the south where we typically don't see a lot of snow, but the eastern shore all the way to the beaches could actually get more of this snow for tomorrow. This is our hourly future scan today, and look how dry we are. 1 o'clock this afternoon, nothing but sunshine. Clouds roll in 5, 6 p.m. ahead of that next weather maker, and then you'll start to see those showers creep in right around midnight, 1 o'clock, as we just showed you with that kind of larger picture. But for the most part today, everything is looking good. So if you do want to play golf today on your forecast, as Amy's out there live at Pine Ridge, no issues today. Maybe a 1-club win for the afternoon. We hope that we can get everything in tomorrow. I don't know, with that snow that's going to be on the ground for our weather alert day. And then upper 40s Sunday, lower 50s President's Day. If you have the day off, that's a great day to get out there and play some golf or just do anything outside. And look at those numbers next week. Mid to upper 50s, even close to 60 degrees by next Thursday.
All right, looks good. Let's take a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track in the area of Towson. He's traveling on 695 toward 83. He's inching along there. You see the traffic, the volume throughout that area.
Absent more serious penalties, the fact is exhibition driving will continue to disrupt our communities.
A new push in Annapolis to crack down on illegal street racing. Coming up, the potential changes to the law that could increase penalties for offenders.
And golfers are hoping they'll be able to hit the links soon despite this weekend's snow. Coming up, our hometown hotspot, we're learning what anyone can do to level up their golf game. Ahead on Fox 45, Good Day Baltimore. All right, Justin Chambers, meteorologist Justin Chambers, that is tracking our next weather maker, but he's also hitting the green.
Or the white. The Jack Frost tournament tomorrow, if it happens. But Amy Aronson is out there live right now. Our other just at Pine Ridge, getting her stretch on, getting her swing on, trying to figure it out. And Amy, I don't know. I mean, we hope that we can. We hope we can get the match in tomorrow.
I know. I was just talking to Jolita Stack here, and she was telling me that it actually doesn't take long for the snow to melt after it falls, because look at the sun shining down on the course here, or I should say the practice course, really. So I'm a beginner. I'm not like Justin. I'm not ready to play with him just yet, but you're going to get me ready for the season. Show me some tips on how to get started as someone who's never really done this before.
Okay, Amy. So one of the first things we recommend is if you are a new golfer, you really should take a group class or some private lessons just to understand the fundamentals. So we offer these wonderful classes here for a very reasonable rate at Baltimore Golf Academy. So let's say you sign up for a 4-hour new golfer class. You take that instruction, then we get you on the course after that. So within 8 hours, you're going to be somewhat of a golfer.
I love that.
so some of the things we recommend you do, even before you come out, there's simple exercises. We posted them on our website. But we were going over a few of them earlier.
Yeah.
So we did like some calf raises.
Right. Got to warm up your
feet,
calf.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So and then we did some of these things to make sure you understand the importance of how the body's working in the swing.
And anyone can do this at home too.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
Exactly. We were talking about that. You know, all the viewers could look at that video that we posted, and they could do these exercises because you're working your core. You know, you're doing some
techniques,
stretching.
right?
Yeah.
Or even hit the ball.
And then a great, really important one is this. So you're going to take your neck and you're going to stretch to one side, try to look over your shoulder without moving your shoulders. Cervical rotation is one of the most important things. As we get older, we lose that. And think about like when you're driving. Well, I know we have all the cameras on, but it's still really important to have that, because when you hit the ball, your eyes on the ball and you're turning, you really feel it here.
Okay.
And as you're going back, that's an important aspect too.
And we are running out of time. I want to spend 4 hours with you, so I guess I'll have to come back and do that. You can all do it too. Head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can find out more on how you can get some instructions and get started before the season really gets underway. So, Justin, I know you're the pro, but she's been teaching me a little, and I've been working on my form and where I'm hitting the ball. And what do you say? Like, I'm learning a little, right?
Oh, you're totally ready to come out.
I'm ready. She says I'm ready.
Hold
so
the
maybe...
snow totals down, Amy.
Okay. If we hold the totals down, Justin, maybe I'll come out with you sometime.
The race for the White House is heating up. Coming up, the big moves GOP hopeful Nikki Haley is making as she tries to position herself as a front runner.
The question is whether or not the police department has prioritized this.
It's meant to tackle quality of life crimes, but what's come so far is frustration why the future of Baltimore City's citation docket could be in jeopardy. 9:29, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh boy, good morning. On a Friday, it's February 16th. We are weather alert today on Good Day Baltimore. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We're going to see another round of snow here tonight into tomorrow morning.
And so I'm always usually no, I don't want snow. And Justin, this is actually the perfect snow because it's coming on a weekend. It's just that I have to drive somewhere Saturday morning. Other than that, this would be my kind of snow.
And people are going to echo what you're saying. People have to do stuff. It's not just like all of us are off and we just have a free day. You got to get out and do things, especially early in the morning. People who work here are going to be on for the morning show at 7 o'clock, driving in that snow before the plows get through their neighborhood. So it's the snow moving in overnight, kind of the low to mild impact, if you will, with this storm because of the timing. And it's a quick mover, too, but it's going to dump that 2 to 4 inches across most of the state of Maryland and most of the DMV, too. So the live cam over Towson right now. We have plenty of sunshine, still a bit breezy at times, and temperatures area-wide are mainly in the 30s and 40s. It's actually been warmer this morning than it was yesterday at this time. And we'll get to those numbers here in the low to mid-40s by midday, even in the mid to upper 40s for some of us for the afternoon. Now, tomorrow afternoon, we actually will have sun that will melt the snow away, or at least some of it, and we'll still top out only about 42. But Sunday looks great, almost 50 degrees, plenty of sunshine. President's Day also not looking too bad either. So if you have a 3-day weekend, you'll be excited to hear that forecast. And we'll do all of that about 15 minutes away from right now with that final look at the snow scale.
We have some breaking news right now in a city in crisis. 3 overnight shootings to tell you about. One of them deadly. This happened just after midnight on North Carrollton Avenue in West Baltimore. Police say that is where a 38-year-old man was shot and killed. Just about an hour before that, a 64-year-old woman was shot along East Madison Street. And an hour before that, a 29-year-old man was shot in North Baltimore. 54 people have been shot in Baltimore this year. 23 of them have been killed.
The question is whether or not the police department has prioritized this.
The future of the city citation docket to tackle quality of life crimes could be in jeopardy.
That's right. There is frustration brewing with the low number of citations police have written since the docket launched last July.
Olivia Dance joining us live with reaction from the state's attorney's office. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, the state's attorney's office is expressing disappointment with the number of citations that have been written by police, and now they're calling on officers to start issuing more of those citations.
That's what city residents and visitors of the city want to see, because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' citation docket aims to tackle quality of life crimes ignored by the previous administration under Marilyn Mosby. But since the docket launched last July, the state's attorney's office says Baltimore police have only issued 37 citations that have made it to court. About half of their citations were rejected, meaning they were legally insufficient to proceed with prosecution.
I think that it's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Now, the state's attorney's office says they offered to train BPD, but they weren't taken up on that offer. So we asked police if they plan to do the training and if citations are a priority. A spokesperson said that they are a priority, but in many instances, offenses cease due to verbal warnings. She also says they will host training with the state's attorney's office. And then also at 2 today, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon will hold a press conference responding to the state of the citation docket. Of course, you can find any updates about that press conference on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. We are following breaking news overseas. Meantime, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has reportedly died in a Russian prison.
Taylor Stewart is at our live center. She's got the very latest. Taylor?
That's right. That news coming in late this morning. In a statement, Russia's prison agency says Navalny felt unwell after taking a walk on Friday and lost consciousness. Officials say an emergency medical team tried to resuscitate him, but he died. Now, Navalny was serving a 19-year prison sentence on charges of extremism. He'd called the charges politically motivated. He was 47 years old at the time of death. Navalny was a vocal critic of Russian President Vladimir Putin and spent his final years behind bars. He was originally arrested back in January of 2021 when he arrived in Moscow. He was coming back from Germany, where he'd been recovering from a nerve agent poisoning. And Navalny blamed that poisoning on the Russian Kremlin. This was before he was arrested, and he campaigned against political corruption and organized anti-Kremlin protest. Also developing this morning, Ukraine will sign bilateral security agreements today with Germany and France. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will travel to both Germany and France to sign these two agreements. It comes after Ukraine and Britain signed a similar agreement just last month. Zelensky will also attend a security conference in Munich, Germany this weekend. He's expected to meet with Vice President Kamala Harris at that conference. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you, Megan and Patrice.
Coming up, the government is easing up its oversight of Wells Fargo. Why the feds are loosening restrictions and what it means for customers.
And a live look outside as we head to break. We are weather alert. We've got a new round of snow heading our way. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing it out for us. 9:38 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It was mid.
It may be cold, it may be snowy, but our next guest is warming hearts this morning. Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA is joining us live with Cindy Minnie. Tell us about this cutie here.
Yeah, so this is Cindy Minnie. She is about 5.5 years old, and she's got a really interesting story. She came to the shelter in pretty rough shape.
Oh.
She, her leg was attacked. She was attacked by another dog.
Oh my
And her right front leg needed amputated. So our vet team went to work straight away in getting that taken care of. Since then, she's been resting in a foster home.
You can see it's really not bothering her at all.
No.
So she is housebroken. She's a sweet girl. She's housebroken. We are recommending no cats for her.
Okay.
Just so that, because we know she didn't do well with cats in the other home.
But she's a sweetheart.
Oh,
Cindy
she
Minnie,
is.
our three-legged friend here today, who is moving around just fine, by the way.
Oh, yeah. She definitely has an affinity for couches. Absolutely. She wants to jump on every single couch. So, yeah, she's definitely looking for her forever home.
She's perfect. Thank you so much. And you can come in and take her home today.
You absolutely can.
Awesome. Katie, we appreciate it. And Cindy Minnie, way to go. You are a survivor. She is a good girl. Well, still ahead, it used to be standard, but now the SAT is becoming optional at more and more schools coming up. Why some are now rethinking the move. Plus, drug prices rising. We're going to take a look at the price hike popular weight loss injections just saw. It's 9:42 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. This week on Full Measure, for the first time in modern history, the son of a sitting president is facing felony criminal charges.
Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson is interviewing two federal whistleblowers about Hunter Biden's laptop, business dealings in Ukraine, and accusations of bribery. Cheryl joins us now live with a preview. Good morning, Cheryl.
Good morning. These IRS whistleblowers have some surprising details, such as when they first started investigating Hunter Biden for alleged tax crimes. They say there was evidence that led them want to expand this investigation into Joe Biden and others in the Biden circle, which they're typically allowed to do. They also do money laundering investigations, financial, international crimes, and so on. But they say under Donald Trump, believe it or not, the Justice Department protected the Bidens and would not let them go down that trail. And part of this was during the 2020 election campaign. Sunday on Full Measure, they're going to tell us that story, what really was happening behind the scenes in 2020, and how the Biden case is moving forward today.
Very interesting, Cheryl. We also know Full Measure is reporting on how the U.S. is trying to stop China from using our own technology against us. What can you tell us?
It's a longstanding concern. We sell high-tech items to China that could be used against us, either economically, they're an adversary in terms of the economy, or maybe even threatening national security because some of these items have military applications. The Biden administration has wanted to restrict these sales and has moved to do so. Is that working? And if not, what is the risk to us?
We'll be watching. Cheryl, thank you. And a reminder to all of you watching at home, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs Sundays at 10 a.m. and again at 11 p.m. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours wherever you like to listen to podcasts.
And now turning back to our weather alert, we will see snow this weekend.
For a closer look at the timing and how much, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with the full forecast.
Yeah, just saw some updated information, ladies, and all of you at home, some updated model info as well as some updated weather alerts in terms of the advisories and the storm watches. So I'm going to show you all of that here in just a sec. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore, 41 days out from Camden Yards and opening day. Our weather alert headlines pretty much the same. We're still going to get that overnight snow and the potential of some moderate to heavy snow in quick kind of bursts overnight for just a couple of hours. But either way, a good 2 to 4 inches solid accumulation across most of the state. This is the update I wanted to share with you. So we no longer have winter storm watches. We now have a winter storm warning in Frederick County and other counties to the west. So a winter storm warning means that the winter storm is imminent. Now replaced with the winter storm watch is the winter weather advisory for all of the rest of us. So basically our entire viewing area, all the counties in our viewing area are under the winter weather advisory. That just means we're going to get that potential winter weather and that storm that's going to roll through. But the winter storm watch just basically has been replaced with the winter weather advisory. All of us will get some of that snow as we get into tomorrow morning. This is our HD radar. We're nice and dry right now up and down the East Coast. There it is, the next weather maker right over the Midwest and the Central Plains through Springfield, Illinois, up to Chicago, getting that snow right now. This is the area of low pressure that's kind of driving everything. And this guy's going to move right across the country here as we get into the afternoon and evening time, making its way to Western Maryland by about 6 o'clock, the leading edge of that. And then as we get into about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, we'll see that low get a little bit closer. The snow showers are going to start, possibly some rain first, but really it's going to be all snow as we get into the overnight hours. The low quickly exits stage right by tomorrow morning. And I'd say after about 8, 9 o'clock, that snow is going to be done. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll see some more sunshine. This is a closer look. This includes today, the hourly future scan, 3 o'clock this afternoon. A mix of clouds and sun, a bit breezy at times, but not much to get in our way. And those clouds start rolling in, and this is showing us what's going on as that next weather maker gets closer. Watch as we zoom in. You can see this is 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you can see the heavier bands in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour moving through most of our area. That's going to continue as we head into the later part of the morning and should be hanging on through about 8, 9 o'clock now. So it looks like it's going to hang on just a little bit longer into the morning time. Our snow scale right there, kind of right above the give the kids a shovel to the bread, milk, and bow. Yeah, definitely need some of that natty bow. Get it today so you can enjoy it tomorrow. And overall, a good 2 to 4 inches. Some of the models want to bring even higher amounts in southern Maryland out toward the eastern shore, as well as our areas in the mountains where we typically see that snow accumulating. So we have a lot of good ingredients here for this snowstorm that is rolling in. High temperatures, though, across the region today will mainly be in the low to mid and even upper 40s, which is pretty close to average for this time of year. And notice what happens after we get through tomorrow's storm. Upper 40s and sunshine Sunday. Monday, Tuesday look great, even mid to upper 50s next week. I have another weather maker coming in on Friday. It might bring some rain showers, but I mean, mid to upper 50s will be very nice considering what we have to go through with this winter storm tonight. 3 days out until President's Day. We spring forward just a couple of weeks away from right now. And look at that, 30 days until St. Patty's Day. So tomorrow's the 17th. And then we have a month from tomorrow is basically St. Pat's, and President's Day is right there. So there's your 7-day forecast. Back in a few minutes with your 10-day forecast as well. Come on, let's go. Let's get that Rushmore shot up.
All right, well, listen, you can count on our Rushmore team. This is our Weather Authority team. They are tracking this next weather maker. They're hyped about it, as you hear from Justin. And anytime there's severe weather, they're on it for you. You can tune in every day for their forecast right here on Fox 45. Well, making headlines after years of restrictions on Wells Fargo Bank, the government is easing off of them a bit. The Biden administration ended a consent order that required the banking giant to revamp how it sells products and services. Federal regulators have had a tight leash on the company since 2016, when the bank admitted to putting customers into more than 3 million unauthorized accounts.
Donald Trump will officially face his first criminal trial next month. The judge has denied Trump's motion to dismiss the charges against him in the criminal hush money case. He is accused of engaging in a cover-up scheme to hide hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels, all in an effort to keep her from speaking out about a past affair before the 2016 presidential election. Presidential hopeful Nikki Haley may soon get some Secret Service protection. A congressional committee has voted in favor of protection. The final decision is in the hands of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Making headlines, a new report finds 2 popular weight loss injection drugs got more expensive this year, as you would imagine. Ozempic and Mounjaro are among nearly 900 other brand name medications that saw a price hike. That is according to 46 Brooklyn, a nonprofit drug pricing analytics firm.
Yale adds itself to a growing list of universities looking to reevaluate SAT requirements. The Ivy League university might bring them back in the coming weeks, potentially reversing a pandemic-era move to make standardized testing optional. If it goes forward with this move, Yale would follow Dartmouth and MIT in reinstating those tests.
Trending now, the fashion world's version of the Super Bowl is just 3 months away.
Preparations are underway. The 2024 Met Gala will adorn on the steps of New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art May 6th. We've got Mark Clark joining us now with what we need to know about the event so far.
That's right. Zendaya, Jennifer Lopez, and Bad Bunny and Chris Hemsworth are co-chairing the red carpet event with Vogue's Anna Wintour on May 6th. It's in an Instagram text chain post. Vogue also announced the dress code for this year is the Garden of Time. Officials say they expect attendees will be inspired to wear fairy tale-like outfits, including moody florals. I'm dressing as a twig this year.
Well, we are on weather alert. We are weather alert. Things are clear right now, but snow is developing overnight into tomorrow. Coming up, how long it could stick around before melting. We're going to take a look at that 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Good Day Baltimore.
All right, everybody, our 10-day forecast, you can kind of see it right there. We've been talking about how we are seeing the weather alert day, which is tomorrow. We're going to be talking about it all afternoon and getting you prepared as the snow is going to roll in late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Great looking, though, week ahead next week. We're talking upper 40s Sunday, President's Day, not too bad. And we've even had some mid to upper 50s by next Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your day. Check it out, foxbaltimore.com for your latest forecast.